Greetings to all of our viewers at home. I want to welcome you guys into day number 2 of the Ed Murphey Classic. I'm your host tonight, Darrell Hill, sitting here with my guy, Mark Davis. We are in the home of rock and roll, downtown Memphis, Tennessee. But right now, it feels like it's going to be the home of the field events. We had a wonderful day of competition out on the track yesterday. Many great performances. A lot of personal bests, a lot of best performances in the world. But tonight, we take over Beale Street. We've got a Beale Street Mile. We've got the Elite Pole Vault. But as you see on our screen right now, we've got the World Shot Put Series, an event created by the world record holder Ryan Krauser. So we've got a night full of fun. Mark, how we feeling tonight?
I'm excited. I mean, after yesterday's events, and especially that whole buildup with the USATF World Tour. Between Geist and Britt, involving obviously all of our shot putters that we had, or certainly with Jordan in the shot put, and then Jamal Britt in the hurdles. It was an absolutely great day, and it really leads into tonight with this amazing street meet action here in front of all these amazing bars here. As you said, it's the home of the blues here in Memphis. We're in downtown. We got a band. We got all these folks out here having a great time on the weekend. We've got some folks just even trying the shot put, much less, again, as you mentioned, some of the best shot putters in the world, brought to us by the legendary Ryan Krauser. He is legendary at this point.
Absolutely.
Still in the game, but definitely still legendary status, bringing his World Shot Put Tour here. And just excited to see all the action out here tonight.
Absolutely. And listen, I want to say thank you to the people at home that were patient with us through this rain delay, right? You see the athletes in the ring right now warming up, getting ready for a competition. We've been dodging a bit of raindrops, so as long as the weather commits with us, we should have a good one. My favorite thing I'm interested in right now is we talked a lot about Jordan Geist yesterday, but there's no Jordan Geist today. The king of the ring who holds the belt right now is Roger Steen. He's the two-time defending champion of the World Shot Put Series, but he's got a lot of competitors here tonight who are ready to throw far. Trip Perry coming off of a season's best yesterday, 21.77, right? But that doesn't really matter tonight. This is more of a king of the ring style competition.
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, the weather, I mean, not only appreciating everybody's patience with the delayed start, but we ask for your patience as we move forward because we do possibly expect some more inclement weather out here. So we hope you just stay tuned and stay patient as that comes and goes. Hopefully, we're going to be getting those pole vaults off later on, probably around 6:30, 6:45. But, Darrell, tell us a little bit, because this is not going to be your normal shot put style competition. A very unique element to this when we kind of bring it out into the street, and how this kind of shot put tour series happens, brought to you by Ryan Krauser.
We're keeping it really simple in this competition. It's about make or miss. Can you get over the line or not? So we're going to start at 60 feet. We're going to have a progression up. We'll talk about the progression here in a second, right? But everybody's going to have 2 attempts at the line. If you make it over to the line, you move on to the next line. You can pass the line if you want to move into a different, start at a different point. But everybody gets 2 attempts. We got a lot of different nicks and knacks in this competition, right? Talking about challenges. If you have 2 misses, kind of like in the high jump, well, typically you might be out. But every athlete in the competition has the ability to use 1 challenge flag, just like in the NFL. If you watch and they don't like a call, if you don't like the call that the ref had for you here in the World Shot Put Series, you get 1 challenge and you'll immediately have to step back into the ring to get an opportunity to see if you can surpass that line as well. Oh, go ahead. You guys.
No, I was just going to say, and the golden ball.
Yeah, that's exactly where I was going.
That's where you were going.
That's where I was going.
Lead you into that.
Yep, and the other piece of that is, too, we got what's called the money ball, right? And you guys will see it. It's called the money ball for a reason. It's golden, right? And it's your golden ticket. The athletes here competing tonight are throwing a 16-pound shot put. So if you say you got 2 misses, or if we get down to the misses and you're trying to throw 72 feet, move up for the win, you have the opportunity to use the money ball, which is a little bit lighter. It's 15 pounds. You can only use it once. You can use it at your own discretion, but athletes will be able to use that lighter implement to get over a line or to move themselves up in the ranks. So I'm excited to see how athletes use a little bit of strategy as well as brute force to get a victory.
You mentioned Steen there, second at the 2025 World Indoor Champs and third at the 2026 World Indoor Champs. So definitely a big player there. Who else do you see being kind of part of the thick of the competition here at the end?
You know, if I'm going based off of the overall general season, right, I'm talking about Tripper Perry. He's been an elite thrower for a long time. He threw over 22 meters last year for the first time, which is 72 feet. I think he's throwing 73 feet. I don't want to short my guy. But just yesterday, getting 21.77 after suffering a left pectoral tear earlier in the year. So he's coming back. He's healthy now. Obviously showing for him yesterday. But I'm intrigued with a lot of guys. He's another one, but you see our guy in the ring right now, Chuck Inekwechi, a Nigerian Olympian, one of my better friends. We actually started throwing together in high school. So I've always got a rooting interest for him. But we've got a lot of people that are ready to throw. So this competition with the unique style of it, you never know who's going to come out on top.
Yeah, Inekwechi, the national record holder there for Nigeria, so he's definitely going to be a big player there. We got Munoz, who's also the Mexican national record holder. We saw him earlier practicing in the ring as well. But again, as you mentioned, I mean, these are some of the best shot putters in the world. Krauser's kind of brought this tour here to this sport and travels around. There's been a few stops to this tour. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yep. Go ahead.
I was going to say the one earlier this year at Drake Relays. Every year they kind of do two. I've been on this last broadcast last year. They partnered with Sorinex at the Summer Strong event that they had last year down in Columbia, South Carolina. It was a great turnout. Every one of these events that they've had so far has been completely electric. The energy has been great, and the people around it. I think it's the energy of the crowd that really makes this special. And as you look out here right now for our viewers who can see, people starting to pile in and grab their drinks and get their seats so they can enjoy the show. The energy from the crowd really helps these athletes perform at the highest level.
Yeah, I mean, you're probably, you're here in Memphis on holiday and, just kind of visiting. You come to downtown here, you're near Beale Street, going out to have a couple of drinks, and the next thing you know, you hear the music, you see the crowd, you see all this action. Hey, what's going on here? And it just really kind of draws people in. And I think if there's one thing that the viewers, especially those big track fans or even people that are new to the sport, when you start to watch this particular event on TV at either, the pre-classic or any major national championship or especially the Worlds or the Olympics, this is an absolutely explosive event. I mean, these are not only just big guys, these are explosive athletes. And they really bring the energy. I mean, there's just a lot of excitement. There's shouting. There's grunting. There's just this build up to each throw, and people can really appreciate that kind of power and expertise in these athletes.
When you were talking about a lot of the guys earlier, I kept hearing national record holder this. Like, we've got the best of the best. We've got the cream of the crop. And I'm looking over here. I can kind of feel the energy from the guys as they're getting ready to step in the ring. They're ready to put on the show. They've got the right camaraderie, the right energy. I just saw Nick Ponzio. He's got his special uniform on. It says the Ponz. He's a big character. So I'm excited to see just, how that energy shows up when these guys step into the ring. Noah Richardson, the guy they just talked about. This was actually a great segue, so thank you to them. A couple minutes ago, probably about 20 minutes ago, before the athletes started warming up, we had an open section of this competition where all comers were welcome. So we had, Olympians, we've got local high school throwers, we've got collegiate athletes, we've got people who were just walking by and had a drink in their hand, had an opportunity to come out and throw the 16-pound shot, which was really exciting to see. There were some really talented people, and anybody who threw over 40 feet got an invitation to come to the professional section. So we've got two athletes that are coming to compete tonight. One of them, this is a little bit of a cheat code, Joseph Brown, Paris Olympian in the discus, one of the best discus throwers in the world, is going to be competing here. He'll be up first. We've also got Noah Richardson. He's from Columbia College, a junior going into his junior year. So he's got a little bit of a throws background. I asked him, I said, were you prepared for this? He said, no, I just was walking down Bill Street. I didn't know we had some shot put going on. So,
wow.
Yeah, it's going
just happened to be in the area there. The one person I'm going to miss, and we were all promised that he was going to come out and throw the shot, was Craig Ingalls. So I'm disappointed not to see the Myler Craig Ingalls shot putting, but he did have the 7 o'clock flight. He had to get out of here, but we do have our challengers here.
We love Craig Ingalls. So stepping in the ring right now, we've got Joseph Brown, 2024 discus Olympian, going in for his first attempt. Okay, legal mark. No good, so he's got his first miss. So now, listen, they only had to throw 40 feet to make it to this event, but now the bar starts at 60 feet, right? So these guys will have 2 attempts, so they got a little bit of a mountain to climb, but they're here. They've got an opportunity, so we'll see what they can do. So 1 miss for Joseph Brown to start.
So as a 2024 Paris Olympian in the discus, which is a little different from the shot. Not much. You're still using the spin technique. How much do you think he actually practices the shot?
Zero.
Zero.
Oh, zero.
He's
not.
just coming out and having fun.
So when he was in college, I'm sure he was a shot putter as well as a discus thrower. That's kind of how the NCAA system works, right? Everybody's doing a little bit of something else. Maybe he's doing a hammer throw, etc. But once you get into that professional realm, for the most part, there are a couple people who dabble in both events, but for the most part, people go into whatever event is going to allow them to have the longest career. And so for Joe was the discus. So I actually know his coach, so I can tell you, zero shot put reps.
Zero shot put
He's here doing it for the crowd, man. We love our elite athletes who want to put on a show. This is Noah Richardson stepping into the ring. Another rotator, no wrist wrap, just going in. Legal mark. That's going to be shy.
That's going to be shy.
That's going to be shy.
Didn't get a lot of height on that. Seemed a little bit more of a straighter throw there.
Listen, I'm trying to keep it upbeat, but from our competitors look like they're a little far away from the line.
A little rusty.
Just a little bit.
A little unpracticed here.
But not this one right here. Reggie Yeagers, who was formerly he would claim himself to be the left-handed world record holder. But now he's in second place, right, because that just got passed. One of the best discus throwers in the world, 69-meter personal best this year, as well as season's best. Called on the crowd to get him started. Oh, that's a good-looking throw.
That's not bad. Let's see. Ref.
He about cut it in half. No, not going to cut
call.
it. Not going to
cut it.
We
got a refs out there giving them an instant call there. Some of them are a little aggressive with their no call. I'm surprised they're not pulling out, in the middle of the World Cup here, they're not pulling out the red card on them.
Everybody at home, do you know who that just was in the red? We love Billy Saveco, Penn State alum. They call him the Toad. Out here having great energy, so it's always good to have guys like Billy. When you talk about Craig Engels, Billy's another guy I think about, right? Like, anytime 100%. You see these guys at the event bringing great energy, want to come support, want to do whatever they can do to make this event great. So shout out my guy, Billy. Okay, a stand throw.
Oh.
Close?
No call on that. No call on that.
I think this is great, though, because when you're at home, when you're watching the Olympics, when the shot put comes on the TV, everybody's like, man, I did that back in middle school. Like, I know I can go out there and do it. So this just gives a lot more of a feel for the people that are watching at home. When you see the professional guys get in the ring, it's like, no, there is a big-time separation between I don't want to call these guys average with respect, right? But to the general public person walking around the street and the people who actually prepare and train for this.
So and they're throwing 16 pounds?
16 pounds.
16 pounds. So again, I mean, if some of these guys haven't thrown in a while, or maybe they only really aggressively threw the discus, way back in the day, maybe they were throwing a lower weight or something at some point. But once you get up to that 16 pound, you got to really know how to handle that thing. Yeah.
Well, it looks like we're about to get this party officially started. Uzio Munoz, the Mexican national record holder, stepping in the ring for attempt number 1. The bar is at 60 feet, so we'll see what he's got here. But now it's time to get the show on the road.
So he was 8th at the Paris Olympics and 2nd at the 2025 World Outdoor Champs. So again, definitely one of those top athletes in the world.
I'm really digging the uniform.
That is really nice.
That's a nice uniform.
Ooh,
and he's over.
That's over.
He's over.
That's over. First mark's been set. We got the field goal attempt there. All good. Either that was field goal or it's Aussie rules football. I'm not quite sure.
I think that was the first sign to all the officials out there that it's time to back up.
Yes.
It's time to back up.
Yes.
Oh, that's great. Okay. Chuck Onekwichi stepping into the ring, Nigerian national record holder, 2-time Olympian. It might be 3 times. I think it's a 2-time Olympian. Sorry, let me make sure I get it right. Stepping in the ring at 60 feet, attempt number 1 for these guys, right? So I'm always interested to see how do people take the earlier marks here, right? Over 60 feet. Was he clear in the ring?
Yep.
Was he clear in the ring? We good in the field?
Good in the field. Looks like that might have been okay there for the 6th place finisher there from the Paris Olympics.
And he looks like he's moving on.
Yep.
Moving on.
Now here's your guy here, Steen.
Now, interesting thing about Roger Steen, I told you he was a 2-time defending champ, but he had a really tough day yesterday at the Murphey Classic in the competition. He actually had 3 fouls. So there's 2 ways to look at that, right? Is he struggling, but he's also the most fresh?
Yeah.
He's the most fresh.
Yeah, didn't have to have that extra 3 throws there.
What we got?
See there.
What we got? The suspense is killing me here.
Get a camera shot on there.
I can't call it.
Well, they're not giving him the 0, so it might have been. It looked like it was just on the line, and I think what they said is that you had to completely clear the line. On the line wasn't going to count.
Well, I'm going to have to call that a miss.
I think that was a miss.
I'm going to need some more information here on that one, but it looked like there was no big celebration. So I'm going to take a guess here and say he probably missed that. Jason Swarns, Wisconsin alum, NCAA champ, stepping in the ring, and he's clear.
That was definitely over.
He's
as long
clear.
as it was clean in the ring there.
He's clear. Now you can hear that big roar from the crowd, right? That's what we're kind of relying on right now. The camera, we're looking at the same camera as you, but that crowd is letting me know that he's over and clear.
Yeah, they definitely, you can see there, they gave Steen the X there. So it looked like the camera had pulled away right away, but it looked like it had just hit right on the line at best.
And you got to be clear. And you guys will see the people at home when somebody is close on the line. If it's very close, they'll come out and do the measurements on the chains just like they do in an NFL football game when it's 4th and 1 and you want to make sure your team's got the inches to get over the line. We'll do the same thing here.
Here's Trippier here. He was second last night at our track meet. And that looked like another good clear one, yeah.
Yeah. So just like the high jump, right, if you can think about it, when do the athletes come into the competition? So we haven't seen anybody pass this yet, right? Everybody's come in. They want to get at 60 feet. They want to get their body warm. They want to get used to throws. I'll be interested to see when we get to 65 and 67 feet if anybody uses a little bit more strategy to save something for some of the later throws. Are they using the throws to warm up? Or are they taking it one throw at a time? We'll see. Nick Ponzio, Italian Olympian, stepping in the ring here, donning the beautiful gold uniform. The style is impeccable. He's got the fanny pack, but let's see if he's got what it takes.
Love the fanny pack action there. Also a national record holder for his country.
Yeah, we got the best of the best. Best in the world are here with us at the Murphey Classic.
That looked like it was over. It almost looked like though he might have stepped down the ring. So I don't know. Yeah.
Oh, good.
I caught that. I caught a step on the ring there.
There we go.
Right on the lip there. Right when he released, he stepped.
I heard the whistle.
Yeah. You heard the
whistle.
Yeah. I saw it in real time. I wasn't going to call it until I saw it official there, but definitely had an extra step there on the up on the ledge there right at the very end. So that's too bad.
Yeah, got to be clear in the ring as well as clear on the line. So he definitely had the distance, but he wasn't clear in the ring.
So there's Kerner here. Set his personal best actually last night at the meet.
Yeah, Miles Kerner, D2 national champion, Grand Valley State, entering into his professional realm, just graduated this past year. I had the pleasure, because I'm an NCAA coach, of watching him compete a couple times this year. Very smooth technician, and he's a really talented young thrower. And that looked like an easy rep to be clear, getting over 60
comfortable.
feet. Yep.
Looked comfortable. So we had 6 of 7. Well, it looks 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 of 7. So tell us about now. What's next? So now we've got everybody's had one throw.
So I hear them say they're going back to the Challenger division. So I think they put them in the flow of the competition. They had a miss in the first round. So I think we're going back to the Challengers, letting them get their reps to see if they can get over 60 feet for a second time.
Oh, here we go.
There we go.
Yep. See that. Yeah.
Joseph Brown, Olympian, stepping back in the ring for a second attempt. He needs a clearance here. As the Challengers, they do not have access to money balls or challenge flags, so they have to get over in this second round.
Oh, it was much better than his first throw.
Yeah, it was a great throw. Big grunt, big yell, a further distance. Probably the furthest throw of all of the Challengers we've seen so far. But Joe will exit the competition here after 2 throws.
Yeah, he put just about everything into that one. That was a good spin technique there, and definitely a big grunt there at the end. So here we go again, another one of our Challengers.
Yeah, it's going to be short.
That's going to be a bit short. Just a bit outside. Looks like Richardson's going to come up here now for his second attempt. And we'll see if he can get close here. Last shot for him.
Oh, looks like it's no good in the ring as well as no good on the outside. But listen, really cool opportunity to get here and compete against the professional people as a collegiate athlete, right? You just walking down the street.
Yeah.
You see some shot put,
Hey,
you
what the
here with
heck?
your family.
I know how to kind of do that.
Next thing you know, you're hanging out with Ryan Krauser and all these professional national record holders. Like, shout out to Noah Richards, man. That's awesome.
I mean, take advantage of it. It's not like if I was walking down the street and I saw this going on, I'd pick up the shot. I mean, I am no shot putter. I probably would not try that.
Reggie Yeager's calling on the crowd for a little bit of help. If you're at home, stand up, give him a round of applause. Help him get over this line. One more attempt for our discus Olympian, Reggie Yeagers, at 60 feet. Oh,
Not quite.
Not quite. Not quite.
You see, I mean, just looking at that again, not to disparage, our challengers, but I mean, you see such a stark difference: the speed in the spin, the amount of times that they actually spin because of the confidence of where they're going to end up being able to release within the barriers, and the shorter spin, the little less, a little hesitant in the final throw there. There's a big difference between that and our actual, big-time professionals that we have out here.
And I'll even talk about for Reggie and Joe, the difference between the shot put and the discus, right? If you're at home, for a lot of our high school coaches or people, it's like, the rotation is similar enough that you might think it's the same, but it's a different energy system. Like, these are some of the best discus throwers in the world, and you see when they got that 60-foot line, it's a little bit challenging. Now, it probably would look the same if we went out and did the same thing for discus, right?
Yes.
You take these shot putters, we would go outside and do a similar style competition for the discus, we might also be in trouble. But you see, moving back to the top of the order, Nick Ponzio for his second attempt after a miss in round number 1 has got to get over 60 feet here, or he will have to use his challenge to stay in the competition. He's got a personal best out over 71 feet, so 60 feet is a throw that should be in his wheelhouse here, but he's got to get it done.
That looked like that was over. He kind of was leaning back almost when he finally actually made that throw out. I don't know if we'll see a replay on that.
Hey, well, listen, it was clean.
Yeah, it was clean.
It was clean. One thing I tell my athletes, and I think it'll be great for a stream, is they don't give style points. They don't give style points, just make some misses.
We're going to see a replay here of that shot. You tell me, talk to us about the technique here.
So the biggest thing I see here is that it's the surface of the ring. So it's a wooden ring, so it's a little bit what we call faster. So when you're coming out the back of the ring, it's a little bit more challenging to keep that weight shift over the left side. So as he's coming into the middle, you can see his weight trying to drift into the left. So being a little bit more patient when you change the surface like that is something all of our competitors are going to have to look at. But hey, he got it done, so he's warm. He's got a couple more opportunities, but he will be at the bottom of the order because of the misses. And there you see on the screen right there, Ryan Krauser, our world record holder, 3-time Olympic gold medalist, and the creator of this event, who should be coming over to talk to us at some different time on the stream to give us an update on, where he is and what he's got going on and what were his aspirations behind creating this wonderful event. It's tough to be a meet director and a competing athlete. That was something I talked to him about last time. So here, just in a support role, here making sure everything runs smooth. But always great to have Ryan Krauser around any shot put competition.
You mentioned a couple of stats there, but I'm going to wrap this stuff off, and it's going to be probably a little overwhelming. 4-time NCAA champion, 11-time national champion, indoor and outdoor, 3-time Olympic champion, 15-time Diamond League winner, 3-time world champion, and 3-time Olympic champions. Just an absolute, you go to look up his stats, and all you see is gold, 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 gold for basically the better part of the last 10 to 15 years.
Mm-hmm.
It's just been absolutely amazing what he's been able to do with the sport.
Yeah, he is a truly special athlete. I've had the pleasure to be able to compete with him all the way out through my career, right? We're the same age, so he was my peer. And watching him develop and become not one of the greatest throwers of all time has been a true pleasure for us to watch. And I just hope the people at home just get to continue to enjoy all the greatness that is Ryan Krauser. Uziel Munoz in the ring for now. The first attempt at 65 feet.
Oh, that looked like
good?
It was just over.
And it's over.
Wow, there we go. There we go.
So we've moved back now to 65 feet in the progression. So for everybody watching at home, it will go 60 feet, 65 feet, 67, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, all the way up until we find the winner. So 2 feet up to 70 feet and then 1 foot after that. But we've got our first make at 65 feet. Chuck Inequity in the ring now for his first attempt. That's good. See,
That looked like it was good. There we go.
I didn't even need to wait for the hands
You
up.
already
He
knew
told
that.
me.
You knew
He
that.
told
You
me.
knew that.
He told me it was good.
Now tell us a little bit. So we've got some bonus money incentives here now that now kick in at 65.
Right. So I want to give firstly a shout out to Ed Murphey. I want to give a shout out to Ed Murphy. Well, before we even talk about that, we got a replay here. We're going to take another look at that. Right. Another clean attempt for Checo Nequich in round number 1. Really balanced, really smooth. I was just telling you about that patience over the left side. You see all his energies going down the middle of the ring. All his energies getting up into the ball in the big-time celebration as he turned around to let us know that it was perfect. Roger Steen in the ring now for his first throw at 65 feet.
Whoa, whoa. No.
Just shy.
Looked like it might have also just hit right on the line there.
So, update for our people at home, right? I had to go back and do some information. He was clear in that first attempt at 60 feet. We weren't sure. We weren't able to see the hands up. We didn't get a quite measurement.
I was wondering why I did not see him make a second attempt.
Yeah, he was clear. He was clear at that first attempt at 60 feet. It just was no big celebration because maybe it was small fish to a big giant, right?
Yeah,
but
right.
he's now got his first miss at 65 feet, so we'll see what he's got in round number 2. Jason Swarn stepping in the ring, donning a big, sexy T-shirt, the Big Red Wisconsin Badger, NCAA champion, now in his first year as a professional competitor.
Oh, right?
Is it over?
That's over.
Count it.
Wow.
Count it.
Swarns coming off a 6th-place finish there at the USATF Indoor Championships. Makes it out over 65, joins the others. Pippery looks like it's going to be up next.
Pippery in the ring for his first attempt at 65 feet. We're talking about some of the money, bonus incentives. Anybody who gets over 65 feet gets $250, right? And it progressively goes higher as we go all the way up. That's going to be called a foul. Yeah, it's going to be called a foul. Yeah.
Yep.
Rules are rules.
Don't stay in the ring.
So for the people,
it's not going to count.
Right.
Pretty simple there.
Yeah, for the people watching at home, $250 for 65 feet, $500 for 70 feet, $1,500 for 72, $2,000 for 73, $3,000 for 74, $4,000 for 75, and $5,000 for 76 feet. So we've got a lot of money on the line here for our competitors. So not just pride in the belt, also some weight to take home in your suitcase in your pockets.
Didn't see where that landed, but looks like our refs there are giving it a good. Yep, all good on both ends.
All good. He's hugging that left sector. He's got to be a little bit more patient around that corner. But for right now, like I said before, no style point, just makes and misses, and he is clear through 65 feet.
So after this, after we get all through the 65 feet, next one will be that 67 feet. For those metric folks out there, that'll be 20.42 meters.
I'm fighting every urge in my body to not say 6'7".
I know.
I'm trying every time I hear.
We do have plenty international viewers, I'm sure, that want to know what it is in meters.
Listen, I will grow up one day for all my people at home. That is not today. Miles Kerner, first throw. Are we good?
Are we good?
We're bringing out the chains for the first time in the competition.
This is great. I'm glad we're getting to see this. So kind of football style there.
Close call. We've got Ryan Krauser, the world record holder, on the chain. So no better person to tell me if my measurement is accurate than this gentleman right here. So we'll see. It's close. It's a close call for Miles Kerner, 65 feet, but he's got to be all the way over. Man, the energy's really picking up out here. I see a lot of people coming in. More people are coming. They've got their drinks in hand. The music's going. As the lights go down, it's really becoming alive out here on Bill Street.
Yeah, it does seem to be a bit of an open adult beverage area here in in downtown Memphis. So people are just kind of wandering around, enjoying themselves, and then stopping by and checking out the action. So here we go.
Let's see.
Ooh,
what's the call?
This is going to be close. Oh, refs checking it out really nice and close here.
It's good. It's good. I need another look at that. Let's take another look at that throw here. Nice balanced throw by Miles Kerner. Kind of pulls off a little bit. We would call that splitting forces. Body's going to the left, ball's going to the right. Got just enough on it to get 65 feet, which would be about 1981, just shy of 20 meters, right? So that's a really good throw for him.
1981, 65 feet. Well, let's see, you know your meters.
Yeah, I'm just,
You know a couple of things.
I did a little something back in my day, but we clear for Miles Kerner. Roger Steen stepping in the ring now for his second attempt, calling on the crowd so he doesn't have to use his challenge flag, 65 feet.
Let's see. Oh, that looks short. That looks short.
No good. No good. Will we have our first challenge? Our first challenge flag has been thrown. So Roger Steen, our first challenge flag, he'll have to get right back in the ring as soon as Billy gets off his back. One more attempt to stay in the competition at 65 feet.
That looks like some referee interference there. I don't know. We might have to go to VAR on that.
No pressure, but there's a lot of pressure.
So when you challenge, you got to go right back in.
You got to go right back
in. That's there's no waiting. There's no taking a break. You're not on the clock. You just literally you got to get back in there.
So a real pro move here, right? Is you take a little bit more time to chalk your shot. That gives you a couple more seconds to breathe a little bit before you get back in. But let's take another throw here. Take another look at that throw here by Roger Steen. So you see here, he's got a little bit of a different technique. His right leg is back. He's got a good sweep, but when his left foot gets down, he's not quite getting all the way into the toe board. So we'll see if he uses this last throw to really challenge that board and get out over that 65-foot mark.
So this will be it for him.
Oh, that looks like a better throw. Oh!
That is stepping up after the challenge.
See, that's more like it.
Stepping up.
That's more like it.
Let's take another look at that one.
Let's take another look, right? So we talked about being balanced out the back. Now you see that hip is big and tall, getting all of that into the throw, getting his hips into the throw. That was the first one, yeah.
That was the miss.
Now let's look at his right foot here. How much closer is he going to be to the toe board on that second throw in comparison to the first one? He got so much more hip and rotational energy into that throw, which is why I was able to propel way over the 65-foot line. But we're moving on now to Trip Paperi, to see if he can also stay in the competition. One more throw at 65 feet for him. A little bit of a slip there.
Yeah, it just didn't look like he kind of had the full rotation there. Oh, and he throws out the red challenge flag. Why not?
So a little bit of a challenging thing here, right? I'm looking over and I'm starting to see a little bit more umbrellas, and this might be something that our athletes are going to have to manage with this kind of ring. You see him cleaning it out. With this surface, it can be very tricky and challenging to throw in the rain. And so obviously athletes want to protect themselves and also put on a show. So we'll see what Tripp can do here as he uses his challenge flag for attempt number 3 at 65 feet.
Yeah, I noticed the same thing. We might have another system coming in here. And again, like I said, I mean, they need to, this is a great and it's a fun event and it's amazing for the spectators and it's great for the athletes as well. But ultimately, they need to make sure that they protect themselves under these conditions. We were expected to have our pole vault start at about 6:30, but that might even actually be delayed as well.
Yeah, so while he cleaned out the ring, let's take another look at Roger Steen's throw, right? Look at his right hip, right? You see how close it got to the toe board.
Yep.
That's what I was talking about before. He had a lot of rotational energy, but what we would call is just kind of backing away from the throw. But on that throw there, you saw once his foot got down, his left foot grounded, really attacked the toe board to get everything he could into the throw, which helped him clear. But Trip Paperi, last throw here.
Nope. Wasn't quite feeling it on that, but he'll get another shot because he didn't leave the ring. Ooh, see, even that. Bit of a slip there. You got to be careful with that.
It's crazy how he slipped in the ring, right? I'm hoping he's okay, but he still almost just made the throw.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, Trip Paperi is going to exit our competition, but giving him a shout out as he continues on the road of his recovery. Coming back from a pec tear as a shot putter is a very scary thing, but being able to get back over 71 feet, progressing every week. 71 feet at Prefontaine, 71 feet a little bit further here yesterday at the Murphey Classic, getting ready for the U.S. champs in a couple weeks. So want to give a little bit more love to Tripp as he continues to push on his recovery.
So those competitors seeing Tripp kind of slipping and sliding around in there, what do you think the chances are right now of them maybe saying, you know what, we're not really quite ready to continue? Or do you think, I mean, we're seeing a little bit of a pause there. I know that they need to kind of remeasure and get ready for that next distance of 69. But what do you think's going through the head of some of these other throwers there when you're starting to see people, ahead of you slipping and sliding around?
You see a lot. There was a lot of conversation going on.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, that's what I noticed on the camera, and our viewers had to have seen that as well.
And I seen Uzio Munoz. He's doing a circular motion with his hands, and so that can mean two things. It can mean, well, let's get this rolling. It could also mean let's wrap this up.
Yeah, let's wrap this up, or not really quite sure if the ring is kind of ready. I mean, it could be a few different signals there. So
well, I see, listen, they're moving it back. I see them getting the chains out, getting ready for 67 feet, and I see Uzio moving around, getting himself ready for another throw. So it seems like all of our throwers are still into it. So we're getting ready. First attempts at 67 feet will maintain the same order. Uzio from Mexico will be up first. He's talking to his coach right now, as you can kind of see on the screen here. So we'll see if we continue this on. It's not raining hard, but with a plastic or wooden ring, it doesn't take much precipitation to really make it unsafe confines for the throwers.
So we have just kind of look back once again last night. We have the men's World Shot Put series going on here, but not only did we have a men's shot put last night, but we also had a women's shot put. Talk to us a little bit about that.
It was a great competition to watch. Now, I'm also a coach, so I was coaching Jessica Woodard.
I kind of teed you up there. You had your coach's hat on for a little bit yesterday as well.
But it also means I have front row tickets, and we got a chance to watch Axelina Johansson as she finishes her NCAA career at the University of Nebraska and now bridges into being a professional athlete. She's one of the best throwers in the world, throwing just over 1990 this year, so just shy of 20. Getting ready for the Commonwealth Games, she was able to get the victory at 1890. Lodrisha Cameron from Jamaica getting second place at 1882, which was a personal best for her, and she was under the weather. So it was a really tight competition for the women. It was great. The weather, the environment was good. But yeah, shout out to Axelina as she continues to press towards the Commonwealth Games and the rest of the professional summer.
So it looks like we're going to move on here and go after that next distance, 67.
And the show goes on. Oh, that's good. Oh,
a little short.
Well, good looking. It's good looking. It looked good, but we got our first miss. And so, you wonder, right? You see people slip around. You start to see some apprehension. 67 feet is right in that range where you've got to really put together a good throw to get over it. You can't back away from it and get over that line. So a little apprehension from Uzio. We'll see if that becomes a trend or a blip for the rest of the competitors as they go on with the comp.
Yeah, when some of those guys went over 60, they went well over 60. When they went over 65, it was barely over 65. Now it looks like you can see them starting to struggle there with that 67.
Yeah, this is the bridge mark right here. If you can get past here, I think our competition might thin out a little bit at about 69 or 70 feet, and we'll have a couple guys stay in. But this is that mark, so we'll see what we got. Roger Steen, after using his challenge to stay in the competition at 65 feet, has a personal best out over 72 feet. Calling on the crowd here to try to reestablish his position in this competition if he can get over 67 feet on the first attempt.
Is that on? Is that over?
Oh,
they're going to have to measure. It did look cold. It almost like I saw the white tape almost kind of bounce when it landed, even though we didn't quite get a very good shot of where it landed. Yeah, I kind of saw some of the rest of the white tape there almost kind of bounce on hit.
Looking where the ball's sitting out on the line, I think we might be good, but it's too close to call. We'll wait on Billy's signal.
Do they? Let's see.
No good.
It might have just been like just about one of those little tiny. We're going to take another look at this throw there, unfortunately for Steen. Here we go.
So, the thing I keep talking about, when he goes into what's his call as a reverse, when the ball leaves his hand and the right foot comes through to switch with his left, how close is he to the toe board? You kind of see him backing away from it.
Yeah.
But we just saw him miss it by an inch, right?
Now, was that, do you think, it maybe a little bit of the wetness on the board, or was it just a not a very good throw in the ring?
Well, a combination of a couple things,
Yeah.
right? He typically is a little bit further away from the toe board on some of his throws, but I do think there's also a little bit of apprehension as well in there at play. Jason Swarm's first attempt at 67 feet. He is shy.
That is going to be shy there.
The Pons, Nick Ponzio, Chubby Diamonds, the Italian two-time Olympian stepping into the ring. The Italians, they've really pushed on in the last couple years with Leonardo Fabri. He's currently the world leader out over 22.77 after winning the Prefontaine. You've got Nick Ponzio as well, another 72-foot thrower. Zane Weir, another 73-foot thrower. So the Italian Federation really making a push in the shot put to try.
USC graduate here getting ready to try to get that thing out over 67. If he can keep that in, nope, still short no matter what.
6'7" appears to be challenging for our field. We've got no competitors cleared just yet. Miles Kerner stepping in the ring, setting a personal best of 20.74 yesterday, which is about 68 feet. So 67 feet will be a very, very good quality attempt for Miles, but we'll see if he can let the crowd, the energy from the Bill Street crowd, have him roll here to establish himself as maybe the victor if he can continue to stay clear over 67 feet.
Well, your boy Steen, your pick has been the only one that's been close, and it was just shy of about an inch, so definitely a challenge for the rest of these. Oh. Again, it also seems short of the board there.
Mm-hmm. So we've got an entire field. Everybody has missed once, so we're even, right? We're even so far going into the next round. Our leader is currently Uzio Munoz because he has no misses, so we got a four-way tie between Uzio, Chuck, Jason, and Miles for first place. As we go down on misses, they were clear through 60 and 65 feet after missing on attempt number one. So nobody able to separate themselves, but we'll see if they can separate themselves just by staying alive.
Well, and also the note, in addition to the second throw, all of these competitors still in there still have their challenge throw to do.
Absolutely.
So really we're going to more than likely see them not only a second time but a third attempt.
Absolutely.
Looks like a little bit closer there.
Very clean in the ring. Of course he's using this challenge.
Of course he's going to do the challenge.
I think, listen, he's in the ring, when we're looking at it, right, it looks like, oh, this is a really good rep. But the throw is very flat. If he can get a little bit more lift on the ball, I think that will give him a better opportunity. We'll take another look at it here. You'll see coming out the back of the ring, really balanced. His hips are in line, his hips are underneath of him, but the throw is a little flat. If he can get a little bit more lift from his legs into the throw, that should give him a better opportunity to get a little bit closer to the 67-foot line. But do or die here for Uzio. The Mexican national record holder stepping in the ring for his challenge attempt. Must clear this right now to stay in the competition. Crowd behind him.
10-time national champion for Mexico in both the shot put and discus. One last shot. Ooh.
What we got?
Oh, they're going to have to measure it. Again, right on the tape there. I don't know. That might have been even a little bit short of Steen's throw. So we'll see where our officials, I say that loosely.
Ironically, the throw was still flat, right?
Yeah. I was going to say, it wasn't the best throw, so he's got something left in him.
Well, this is still an energy and emotion event. So It was the same kind of throw with a lot more punch, a lot more grit.
And that's gonna be short. I heard the whistle there. So fortunately, Munoz is now out after his second attempt and his third challenge attempt. So of that group that is now still in the 67, One person now is out. Let's see where that was marked. Just short there.
Another short.
Let's see. And the red flag shown immediately.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course. We want to see more of our competitors here. So, of course, we want to see that flag. We want to get we need somebody over this 67-foot line. Let's take another look at this throw here from Chuck Inequity on his first attempt at 67 feet. Not a bad attempt, very balanced, not as much drive across the ring, right? You see people still not maybe as comfortable or sure about their footing as they're coming around that left side. If he can get some more lift out of those legs, you see he's got a knee brace on, right? So he's been talking about, I talked to him a little bit earlier, he's got some things he's working through, coming back-to-back performances after competing and throwing really well yesterday. This is challenging for our competitors, so getting the ring cleaned out, one more comfortable attempt. 67 feet is a throw he knows he can do, but he has to get it done here after using this challenge flag.
All right. If Chuck stay in here.
Oh! A new leader.
Wow.
Our first clearance of 67 feet.
Get in there.
Giving the crowd some love. Let's take a look at this here. Oh, man. Just a little bit more from the legs, right? Got all the way behind him. More hips, more legs. Very nice throw to move himself as a clear leader. Only man clear of 67 feet so far. That challenge flag has come in handy for a couple competitors here.
Now it's used. Can't use it again, unfortunately. Once you use that challenge flag, even if you do end up moving on, there is no longer use for the challenge flag for you. So you'll only get 2 attempts later on, but we will see if he can be joined there over the 67-foot mark.
But I'll tell you what, with looking at the way the field is looking as they're moving through the ring, right, maybe this doesn't go on to be a really long competition, right? Yeah. So using that challenge flag just to stay alive could show you a lot of benefit as we move forward. Oh.
Yeah, I hate to see that one. And you kind of wonder if Steen will even want to challenge and throw again. That's just that's tough to see there, especially big guys like that going down like that. I mean, that's you know.
Yeah, no challenge flag. He's already used his challenge flag.
Oh, that's right. He used it earlier.
Yeah, he used his challenge flag actually. Right. So
he's
unfortunately, unfortunately, our king of the ring, there will be a new champion of the World Shot Put Series as Roger Steen exits the competition at 67 feet.
And that, unfortunately, when you see, I mean, you saw him slipping earlier a little bit, but that kind of going down, that's really, it's going to get into the heads a little bit of the remaining throwers that we have out here for sure. We want to make sure that they stay safe, and you can wipe that down all you want, but all of a sudden a little bit of water comes down. It doesn't take a whole lot to, take out those big legs.
I was just going to say that. The screen we just were looking at where you could see just like a shot put or a water bottle, it's like there's just a little bit of water in the ring, just a little bit.
We'll see another shot of this as Steen goes down here right when he gets ready to release. Yeah, right when he gets ready to release there.
Yeah, and that right foot
couldn't make that final spin without slipping.
Right foot hits the middle of the ring. It's a very vulnerable position. All your body weight's on single support. If the ring is not stable, it's going to be tough to move. But we move on. We've got a money ball usage by Jason Swarns. Just short. But that was our first money ball usage. A very, very astute move by Jason saying, hey, listen, if I can get this money ball out and stay into this competition, there's only one man clear at 67 feet. So, but you cannot use the money ball on back-to-back attempts. So now he's used his challenge. He's using this challenge to stay in the competition, but he's got to go back to the 16-pound now for his second attempt.
So explain to us, how heavy is the money ball?
So the money ball is 15 pounds.
Okay, so it's not a lot less, but enough to maybe make that difference of getting over that line.
I'll tell you, as an elite competitor, it's a different feeling. Now, if you can figure out how to keep it behind your hip and accelerate here, you see Jason stepping in the ring here. A very solid throw. Got behind it just shy of the 67-foot mark, but he's calling on the crowd for his challenge, do or die here with the 16-pound to stay in the competition at 67 feet.
Nope, it looks like that's going to be short as well.
So a tough balance here, right? To go from you use the money ball, so you go to the lighter shot, but then you use your challenge.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh.
This could be a red card. This could be a red card attacking the official.
You go from the 15-pound to have to get
ban.
right.
Two-game ban.
Yeah.
Sorry, go
no,
ahead.
it's okay. It's okay. I listen. I'm trying to get all analytical. I'm not. No problem. No problem. But you go from the 15 pounds to the 16 pound. It's tough to go from light to heavy.
Right.
It's easier to go the other way, but it's very tough to go from a light shot to a heavy one. So shout out Jason Schwarns, but Nick Ponzio's in the ring for his second attempt at 67 feet. Looks like a better throw, but no good for Nick here.
Here we take another look at this second attempt.
Just a little pause in the ring, right? I see a little bit more rain coming down. I see more umbrellas coming out.
Yeah.
So just trying to check in the gas pedal a little bit in the middle of the ring, make sure that he's safe and healthy. So not as much acceleration on the second half of the throw. He's thinking about it right now. He has a challenge flag available. If he wants to stay in the competition, he's got to use it now to be able to take a throw. So we'll see if he throws it or if he bids adieu to the competition at 67.
Yeah, I'm sure he's contemplating a lot of things, including Steen going down earlier. So kind of shaking his head no there. He's not really quite sure. He wants to maybe take that chance. And just kind of having a little discussion there with Ryan Krauser as well. And we'll wait to see if he is going to, again, try to take that third chance from that challenge flag.
Well, I can tell you what I think he's thinking through, right? He's like, are y'all postponing this? Because if you're going to postpone it, then I don't want to take
I don't want to have to take this right now.
Right.
Yeah. That's a good point to bring up, because if they're thinking about like holding it because of some rain coming down right now, then I mean, why challenge and then have to go in right now?
No challenge.
No challenge. So he might. I don't know. He doesn't look too happy that they're continuing the competition and him being forced to not take that challenge.
So we've got one man clear over 67 feet right now. I believe only Miles Kerner has another attempt at 67 feet. I see people shaking their head no. I can tell you from my personal opinion, with the amount of rain coming down on this surface, I probably wouldn't take another attempt.
What's that move there from Ikanitwi?
I think we might be they might be signaling that either they're going to postpone it or we're going to settle the competition here and claim a victor. I'm not 100% sure. Everybody's kind of walking around a little uncertain, so we'll see what we got here.
Yeah, we'll wait to get word from our officials, but certainly as we can see the rain starting to come down here, which is unfortunately going to also affect our pole vault events that were expected to start about 15 minutes ago, and that might even delay our pole vault men and then women even more. And I'm trying to look around and try to get sight of our officials or our meet director here, Max Paquette, to see what type of situation we are in with our pole vault. But obviously the pole vaulters would be heavily affected by this rain as well. So it looks like we heard word over the microphone. Our event commissioner there, Ryan Krauser, is going to delay the event for the time being.
So I like the word delay because that doesn't mean it's over.
It doesn't over. We're not selling it. We're not selling it. We still got, still got another shot at that 69. Still got one more competitor trying to hit that 67. So that will hopefully continue once this system passes by. The key now is moving on over to our pole vault competition and our men and our women. That's going to be starting here soon, and going to be joining us, who's already actually here, Caitlin Hutchinson, who's now on the mic with us. who's going to be my partner here during the pole vault. Caitlin, what do you think so far? You've been here watching the shot put and now watching the rain come down.
For forever long, unless there is lightning or thunder, my coaches have never allowed me to stop doing competition. Obviously, I know it's a little bit different when we're talking about safety and stuff, but all I'm saying is that the rain doesn't affect me. It doesn't seem like it's affecting the fans out here either. It looks like everybody's having a great time, so I'm excited to see how the rest of the competition continues later.
I was just telling the gentleman in the hotel today about when I used to run at the University of Arizona. We used to head up into the foothills, and then as we started to come back, it would seem like almost every day, this ginormous, we have those monsoons in Tucson. The heat gets so hot, kind of similar to here, and then these storms just build up over these mountains, and it's just like a black cloud and raindrops the size of a thumb drop and thunder everywhere, flooding instantly. And we're just racing as fast as we can back to the van to get in and get safe. But I tell you what, it's tough. It's easy sometimes for runners, but it's obviously with these field events, you do have to think about a lot of safety involved when they're leaving the ground or they're spinning around in a circle or they're throwing around implements.
I would tell you one thing, right? Just kind of jumping back here. It's really the surface. So, like, if we were back, if this was going on yesterday, right? If it was at the Murphey Classic, we were inside the stadium and we had the concrete ring like, you know, you have in many major competitions, there's no chance in HE double, you know, that we're stopping this competition. But when you have these events that we're trying to put on and we're putting on the show for the people, you know, to bring a portable surface, a lot of times the surface is going to be plastic or plywood, et cetera, for our athletes to be able to do it. And that's kind of what makes it the challenging piece.
What do you think? I mean, I guess I'm trying to consider what the weight would be, but what would be the logistics after, you know, kind of having a situation like this, moving on with the World Shot Put Tour? What do you think would be the logistics about having some sort of other surface, some sort of portable concrete, which would, you know, weigh, you know,
a ton,
hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of pounds, but having something like that, or figuring out some sort of surface that you can put over the wood or something. I mean, would you have any suggestions of what they can do other than wood or plastic?
It's not really even about suggestions. It's just kind of understanding where we are and where we're going, right? So we're in the early stages of the World Shot Put Series, and this is a great thing that we're doing, and it's progressing. And every event that goes on feels like it's building off the last one. And I think where we're trending is, as this thing continues to progress over the years, like everybody wants to throw on a cement surface. So as this continues to grow, I think that's actually in the conversation about what we're going to do for this event. So I would just say for the people at home, just be patient. I think we're going to have some, you know, portable concrete surface coming in the future, but right now we're just trying to get this off the ground and provide a great opportunity for all the people who come and watch at home. But cement circles, I think, are absolutely going to be a part of the plan for,
and
you know,
if you want to see
years.
that sooner, I think you need to have all your families and friends tune in. Let's get so many more eyes on the shot put. I used to be a shot putter when I was in high school. I threw all of high school. I threw disc. I was terrible at it. I threw shot as well. I was pretty okay at it. I did end up making it to state a couple of times for the throwing events. But yeah, as somebody who sprints full time now, I'm telling you, a lot of people are missing out if they're not paying attention to the shot put and other field events.
Absolutely. So as you guys see in your screen here, we're underneath the weather delay, so we're going to let you guys hang out for a second. Please be patient with us. We will be back here shortly as soon as the rain subsides for the finishing of the World Shot Put Series competition in the shot put, as well as the Bill Street Elite Women's and Men's Pole Vault.
All right, there we go. We got folks dancing on Beale Street. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, 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 or I should say welcome back. We had a bit of a delay here on our Beale Street meet. We had our shot put out earlier, and we just about got through that, and then Mother Nature had something else to say about it. But right now, I tell you what, the party is really getting started here on Beale Street with our men's and women's pole vault, and I am once again very, very pleasured to be joined here by Caitlin Hutchinson. Caitlin, party's just getting going here.
I think the party been started. I'm not going to lie. Do you think that other guy knew he was on camera?
No, I definitely didn't, but a lot of people are going to be on camera here because a lot of people are starting to pour out from some of these bars here. They've been having a really good time all night, anticipating the fact that we are going to finally get this men's pole vault, followed by the women's pole vault, underway here at the 2026 Ed Murphey Classic Beale Street Meet. And we're going to get right into things as we can see our officials getting ready to get things set up. Alfred's, I spent a bit of time in Alfred's earlier tonight, I will have to say, so I will have to keep myself collected and cool and calm as we get ready to introduce literally some of the best pole vaulters from around the world here. We're going to go ahead and get into our introductions here. Starting off from the USA, he set his personal best finishing 6th at the recent USATF Lone Star Grand Prix meet, jumping 582, again from the U.S., Ashton Berkdahl. And also from the U.S., Hunter Gerritsen, he set a PB in 2024, winning the Texas Relays, jumping 589. Next up, we've got Keaton Daniel from the USA. He set a personal best at finishing 4th place at the 2024 Olympic Trials, Keaton Daniel. And then next up from the USA, his personal best, 5.900. He won the Drake Relays in a season best time of 5.62 just last April, Jacob Wooten. Next up, the only competitor not on our USA roster from Saudi Arabia, the Saudi Arabian national record holder. He set that last year, finishing 2nd here at the Ed Murphey Classic. That is Hussein Al-Jazam. Next up from the USA, with a personal best of 5.90. He's a 2021 Olympian. In May, he set a season best of 5.65, finishing 4th at a meeting in Poland. Let's welcome Matt Ludwig. Next up from the USA, he's a sophomore at Kansas. He won the Beach Invitational in April with a personal best of 5.70. The brother of Ashton, let's welcome Bryce Barkdahl. And then Austin Miller from the U.S. He's the reigning U.S. champion. He set his personal best last year, winning the USATF Championships, Austin Miller. Next up, Cole Walsh from USA. He was 4th at last year's Ed Murphey Classic, finished 4th place at the 2025 USATF Outdoor Champs, Cole Walsh. And ladies and gentlemen, this man set the U.S. record 3 years ago at the Music City Track Carnival just down the road. He has jumped 6.07. He was 4th place at the Tokyo Olympics. He's the 5th highest pole vaulter in world history.
Crazy, right?
Ladies and gentlemen, KC Lightfoot is in the house. We have just got a spectacular lineup here to, once again, finally get this party restarted here on Beale Street.
I'm so excited. Pole vault, I feel like it's such a magical event. I feel like we're about to literally watch humans fly. You know, people are like, humans can't fly. I'm like, if you give them enough willpower and the right implements, they can absolutely soar through the skies. And that is what our men and women are about to do out here tonight.
Yeah, it was interesting. While we were kind of waiting for them to warm up, we had to wait for the rain to stop, and then they can start warming up. And as they were kind of finishing their warm-ups, I was standing over there just beyond the pit there that we can see on the camera, and you can start to see people just coming out from the bars that didn't know this was going on. And you see their face light up like, what the heck is going on here? The music's pumping, everybody's gathered, and if they haven't seen something like this, especially up close, or they just simply don't know what this is. This is going to be quite a spectacle. This is a unique event that has been starting to happen over the last several years around the country, these street meets. And this is just an incredible opportunity to introduce folks to the sport of track and field, and to literally one of the greatest events as in part of track and field.
Pole vault street meets are such a big thing overseas in Europe, and I'm hoping that one day we can have America become pretty big in pole vault street meets. We have a lot of them, but I think it'd be really dope to see a lot more people out here.
So we saw Ashton Barkdale got to introduce Hunter Garrettson. Next up here, this is Keaton Daniel.
Another Kentucky Wildcat, I might add.
Now we got a graduate of Texas A&M, again representing the USA. That's Jacob Wooten. Getting the full intros here. We got Dave Miller there with that reflective disco ball hat there. Not too bad. Not too bad.
Nobody
looking.
does it like Memphis.
And again, a 2024 Olympian, Saudi Arabian outdoor national champ last year. This is Hussein Al Jazam.
Next up, we got a 2021 Olympian. Tied for second.
Again, this young man graduated from Akron. He was third place at the 2025 Ed Murphey Classic there. That's Matt Ludwood.
Next up, you saw his brother just earlier. He's another Kansas.
And again, his older brother just graduated from Kansas. He's just a sophomore there at Kansas. Sporting KU. We got a lot of KU jumpers out here. That is Brian Barkdale.
All right, guys, switch order. Because next up, we got the reigning U.S. champion. Set his PB last year.
This gentleman graduated from High Point in North Carolina. He won the Pan American Athletics Championships just last month, jumping 581. That's Austin Miller.
He's really making sure the crowd's hyped tonight.
Oh, yeah.
All right, this next young man was fourth at last year's Ed Murphy Classic, fourth at the U.S. Championships in 2025.
U of O graduate here on the screen. That's Cole Walsh. And hopefully this crowd gets hyped up for this next gentleman that we're getting ready to see up on the screen here.
I think we can get him pretty hyped.
Because this is one of the best pole vaulters in the last several years in the world. He was third at this last year's USATF Indoor Champs. That is Casey Lightfoot.
I think the amount of aura that he has running up this runway right now is simply unmatched. I'm too excited to see how well he's going to do tonight.
So next up, we will kick things off here. We introduced our athletes from bottom to top, but Casey Lightfoot will start off our high jump, pole vault, not high jump, pole vault. The first height will be 5.27 meters. That's going to be 17.3.5 feet. Want to make sure that we cover not only our U.S. crowd, but our international crowd when we say meters.
So, Mark, you were a distance runner. So, what's one thing about pole vault that fascinates you the most?
Well, not only was I a distance runner, but I was a steeplechaser. So I love the pole vaulters because I think, similar to steeplechasers, there's a little bit of insanity involved in this sport.
For sure.
I mean, you got to be a little, up in the head to want to run down a runway with a 20-foot pole, just literally stick that right down in that area, and then all of a sudden fly up in the air up to almost 20 feet and up and over, and you just anything can happen. People see the TikTok videos with the pole snaps, or they fly off to the side, or the bloopers are out there, folks. Check them out. But these athletes are professional athletes. They know what they're doing. Very little chaos will happen, but nonetheless, you got to be a little cuckoo up in the head. And
Absolutely.
steeplechasers are when you're jumping over 300-pound barriers and you weigh about 120 pounds wet, and and jumping into a water pit, it's a little bit different from distance running, and pole vault's a little bit different from some of the field events. So that's why this makes it just such a great event, and it just looks so cool here on the on the street here at Beale Street.
Yeah. For me, I think what fascinates me about pole vault is the precision. Like you talked about, you're running full speed down a one-way. You got to get the stick in the ground at the exact right point, and then make sure that you're getting up over that bar just enough to make sure that you don't knock it down. It's the same thing with sprinting almost. When you start to learn the true mechanics of what it takes to be a professional and elite sprinter, it's all about precision, and we're going to see some precision out here right now.
This is Cole Walsh making his first attempt. Casey Lightfoot passed at the first height. And already over, we got our first jump off the bat there.
And he
Crowd's got to love that
clear over
530.
that bar.
So it looks like they may have changed the heights there just to kind of get things moving along here. So we'll follow what we see on the screen. But that is a clearance there on the first attempt. Every athlete will get 3 attempts. As you can see him probably conferring there with his coach, kind of how things kind of went and looked and what kind of adjustments that you need to make there. So Cole Walsh is over again. Casey Lightfoot passed at that 5:30 mark. He's one of our top athletes. He'll probably pass at maybe the first or second height before he kind of comes into the competition. So Austin Miller here on the screen will make his first attempt at this 5.30, 17.4 and a half. We got the music going, we got the crowd clapping.
Then they got us awesome announcers in the booth.
I know, they got us way off to the side here in the booth there. I'd love to be out there in that action, but we're very, very happy here to bring you that action and make sure you folks at home can see all of this excitement on the street. And he's over.
Easy.
Austin Miller.
I love this kid. He's got so much energy. And like you talked about, Beale Street is all about bringing the hype out tonight. And not only is he out here to obviously have great competition, I think he's really buying into bringing more eyes to the sport and making sure the fans have fun.
Well, this is a great opportunity. We saw it with the shot putters earlier. Really getting the crowd hyped up and getting people not only re-interested in the sport or for the first time viewing the sport, and certainly entertaining all those that are, very, very into it, and, get the music going and get people clapping, get things really hyped up. So that was a clearance by Austin Miller. And I think this is one of the Burkdale brothers that are up on the runway now.
Last year's U.S. Outdoor Championships.
So we'll see how he does here.
So those of you who are new to watching pole vault, we can
First attempt here at 5:30. Yeah, so this is Bryce Barkdale.
I think it's almost poetic that now that the pole vault has started, we have got no more rain going on. This is almost perfect weather for them to do well.
This is ideal at this point. I mean, it really is. So this is the sophomore from Kansas, the younger Barkdale brother, with his first attempt. His season best is 570. It shouldn't be too much of a problem for him. Oh, just didn't get his marks right there. So our first miss here at 5:30. Again, he'll get 2 more attempts here in the men's pole vault presented by Ali.
At least that's the best thing about an event like this, like high jump and pole vault. It's not over till it's over. Like you said, if you get to a height, you miss it, you got 2 more chances to kind of go back, think about what you need to do, what you need to adjust, and, like I said, make it happen on that second or third attempt.
Yeah, there's probably been a couple of times I've run the mile, and I was like, guys, this wasn't too good. Can I do this again? Can I have a second attempt, please?
On purpose is crazy.
Or a third attempt, that would be a little ludicrous there.
So you're coach that in practice, and it'll make sure you're all right.
Exactly. So next up, you can see on the screen here, Matt Ludwig. Again, his season best, 565. So this might be a little bit of a challenge for him. But we'll see. So he's telling him to kind of move the mark. So a lot of, in pole vault, you basically have you'll see as they go down the runway, you have the 2 big structures on the side holding the pole up on the top, and they can actually slide those structures either forwards or backwards. based on where the athlete typically knows that he or she needs to plant and get over the bar. So those structures that you see off in the distance there that are holding up the pole can be actually slid forwards or backwards. And sometimes it's only like a couple of inches, or it's a certain setting that they have on that. And often athletes will have those settings not only different for them particularly, but as they go through the competition, as the height gets higher and higher, they will start to adjust those settings there on those support bars.
I think you just taught me something new tonight. I appreciate
there
that.
You
I'm,
go.
I'm sure the audience loves that
I know
information
a few things
too.
about track and field there. That was a bit of an acrobatic move there from Matt Ludwig to unfortunately not make it over, and I don't think that had anything to do with the settings there at the bar. I think that was just didn't quite have a good run up there. So I mean, we did, once the rain stopped at 9 o'clock, we basically gave them an hour to kind of get warmed up, and a lot of pole vaulters will often show up about close to an hour and a half. So, thankfully these athletes understood that, it's getting late here at the home of the Blues, and we want to, get the crowd going and get all the fans excited and get things going. So we kind of gave them just about an hour and 5 minutes to kind of get warmed up. And so some of them might still need to kind of get into the groove.
But that's how you know that they're elite athletes, right? Like
Yes.
when you're at this level, a lot of things can change, whether it's weather, facilities, how much time you have to warm up. Anything can change at any moment in time. And this is how you know they're elite, because they're able to adjust at the drop of a dime. And I think that's something that you can't teach to everybody.
So here's Hussein Al-Jazam with his first attempt at 5:30. See how it goes here, if we can get back another clearance. Oh, and that was one of those situations where you see where he came up and came down, and because of the fact that he came down so hard so early, those adjustments, he probably needs to push back the structure just a little bit more, maybe not pull back, come back towards him a little bit. That way, depending on where he's going up, as soon as he gets ready to come down, he's already cleared that bar. So as you can see, when he went up, when he started to come down, he hadn't cleared. He was well over the bar. He just wasn't past the bar at that point. So he needs to probably make that adjustment on his next jump.
Like we talked about, precision is super important for an event.
It is.
Like this.
It's very different based on their strengths and weaknesses and what have you. So this is a bit of a short run up here from Jacob Wooten. And it didn't work out for him, that short warm-up. I'm sure he's used to that, but it did not work out there for Jacob Wooten. So after a couple of clearances, we got a couple of folks that are kind of struggling on their first. There we go. We got Eddie Murphey Jr. there in the flesh, our president of the meet, talking folks up, telling everybody thank you for sticking around and supporting and being a part of this event.
I'm excited to see how well Keaton's going to do. When he was at Kentucky, he was extremely consistent in terms of just being able to continue to be better than, he was the day before or the meet before. He's SEC champion a couple times, made All-American a few times, and he seems to have transitioned well into, being a professional Nike athlete in the pole vault.
So trying to get the crowd in here, get them clapping. This is typically something you kind of see at these meets, whether it's the triple jump or the high jump or the pole vault. Try to get kind of the clapping going here to get these athletes going and ready to go. Keaton Daniel with his first attempt. Oh, didn't quite have it on that first attempt. And kind of just letting them know, it's okay. It's okay. I think I can get this. I think I know what I need to do. And sometimes it's just after that first jump, you need to make those adjustments.
Yeah. Also, sometimes you might just have to get the jitters out. You know what I'm saying?
You can see he's kind of looking at a phone. A lot of times the coaches or agents are on the side taking video. Give them an opportunity to see kind of what went well and what didn't go well.
Yeah.
Even if they do clear it, often they want to see what it is that they did and make sure they can repeat what they did well. So that's a miss for Keaton Daniels. So we've only got 2 people so far over here, Austin Miller and Cole Walsh. And again, Casey Lightfoot has passed that first attempt at 5:30. And next up will be Hunter Gerritsen from the U.S. Oh, look at him. He's kind of dancing. He's grooving.
A big smile on his face,
He's
too.
feeling it.
Let's see what he's going to do, guys. Oh, that was close, though.
Got over it there. Just a little, came down on it just a little bit too much there. So that is a miss for Hunter Gerritsen. You can see the clearances and the misses there. Ashton Barkdale and Casey Lightfoot, you can see those dashes. That means they passed on that height, which they have every right to do, and they'll come in at another height.
Well, seeing all these passes, misses, and clearances, hopefully we'll get a chance to talk about this later, but Povo can get so much more fun, and it's not just about, you know, how high you can get. Sometimes when you know who's cleared what and it comes down to who cleared whatever height first and then passes and misses, it can become a really crazy game of who actually wins the event. But maybe we can talk about that a little bit later after we've gone through some more heights.
This is Ashton Barkdale also with a miss there. So both the Barkdale brothers with misses. Ashton just graduating from University of Kansas. His brother Bryce, again, just a sophomore there, just finished his sophomore year. So, no, it's interesting when you really think about it like that, you know, these athletes that come out, I mean, they really kind of have to buy into this vibe out here. Because sometimes, you know, normally when they're at, like, big meets, you know, they're locked in. I mean, it's like that fierce look and the intensity and everything like that. But here they really got to kind of buy into this and lean into it a little bit. You know, try to enjoy it. Make sure the crowd's enjoying it because it's, you know, it's part of helping to promote the sport, promote the event. And so they you know, they want to smile, but they also deep down they want to make sure that they try to, you know, perform well. So this is Bryce with his second attempt, and will it stay? Oh,
everybody's so
I
close.
thought that was going to stay up there, but unfortunately that is a second miss from Bryce Barkdale, the younger Barkdale. And he will have one more attempt. Unlike our shot put earlier where they had 2 attempts, and if they didn't make the mark, they had a red flag that they could throw out, and it's a challenge almost like in football.
Yeah.
And they got a 3rd shot. And interestingly, our winner in our in our men's shot put ended up winning by using the flag, and on his extra 3rd attempt, he ended up clearing that 69 feet and winning our men's.
Now, isn't it true that
shot put.
If Bryce wanted to, he could skip his last attempt at this height and then go on to the next?
But then he would only have 1 attempt at the next height.
Yes.
Whatever next height he decides to go for, he would only then get 1 attempt. So the two failed attempts carry over to whatever next height that you decided to try. So he could do that, and I've seen pole vaulters do that many, many times.
Especially
in
stiff competition.
And they're just kind of like, you know what, I'm not feeling this. Maybe I just need a bigger challenge.
Sometimes that confidence piece is really what takes people over that bar.
So that was a second miss there from Matt Ludwig. So right off the bat here, we've got several of our athletes that are having some struggles at these early heights. But again, I mean, the superstar Lightfoot, we still haven't even seen him. We're not quite sure when he will come in. There's a good chance he might come in at 5:45, which will be the next height, or he could skip over that and probably come in what looks like probably 5.60 if they go up in the consistent increments there. So again, we're still at 5:30. Still at 17.4.5, and we've got a second attempt here from Hussein Al-Jazam. Again, Saudi Arabian national record holder trying to join Miller and Walsh. And,
the same situation like you talked about last time he was over the bar.
He was
but
well
maybe,
over that, but by the time he came down, he just hadn't passed beyond the bar enough. So again, that might be some sort of adjustment that he needs to make with those side, I wish I knew the terminology. I hate that I can't. I don't know
The
that.
sidebars.
I'm sure there are pole vaulters watching or people out there that are going, it's called the.
They're waiting to
And
snatch the mic from us.
Yeah. So, but that's okay. I'm sure people understand what I'm saying. So they'll need to make he may need to look at making that adjustment there. And interesting, it looks like he's talking to what seems to maybe
The KU coaches.
KU coach. So KU in heavy representation here.
I always love finding out what training groups people are at, especially when they
Yeah.
don't actively post about it. I'm like, oh, that's your coach?
Well, when it comes to like these specialty events like pole vault, high jump, long jump, I'm sure from that world, a lot of these athletes will gravitate towards most often college programs with very successful coaches with very successful programs in them, and want to be a part of that to extend their professional career.
Absolutely.
So here's Jacob Wooten with his second attempt, and it's interesting. He's got the shortest warm up by almost at least 40% than all the other athletes that are out here today. But again, still struggling there at that 5:30 attempt. So far we just have the 2 clearances plus that pass from Casey Lightfoot. As we continue to move on here, we've got a couple of more second attempts here from Daniel, Gerritsen, and Barkdal. And then we will see if Casey Lightfoot, if he does decide to go for the next height, he will be the first up because he's first up in the order overall at this point.
Yeah.
Just wandering on Beale Street, and if you came for the first time, you walked into the Ed Murphey Classic.
So I can only imagine the folks that are still kind of like wandering into the area, hearing the music, hearing Dave Milner out there shouting to the crowd in the mic, and still trying to figure out what the heck is going on out
Probably
here.
a little confused seeing humans fly that high in the air.
Yes. But I guarantee you could be instantly surprised and very instantly pleased at what they're seeing, because this is a pretty exciting event that's right on their doorstep.
Fourth at last year's Olympic trials, or 2024 Olympic trials, I should say. And this
Speaking of all these other logistics in pole vault, right?
Right.
Isn't it true that you can change your bar, like the weight of the bar or like the length of the bar, depending on which height you're going to?
That I don't know. That's
Okay.
a good question. That's a good question.
'Cause I would
That's
like to
starting to get
think-
out of my distance runner
Okay.
knowledge.
Okay. Because I think I've seen pole vaulters change which pole that they end up using depending on what height
What
they're.
pole? Oh,
yeah.
sorry. I thought you meant the bar up
Oh,
at the
no,
top
no,
there.
no, the pole they're
No,
using.
no,
Yeah, for sure.
absolutely. So this is Keaton Daniel, and I'll get to that certainly when we see Keaton here. Hopefully get over. Nope,
Ooh.
not working there. So they will as they progress into the higher numbers and higher heights, their poles will change. And when you see pole vaulters travel, you can see our hotel room. The bags that they have literally 5, 6, 7, 8 bags, and sometimes 2 bags of 5, 6, 7, 8 poles in that bag. And they are for different heights. They are for different weights. Sometimes it can be based on weather. Sometimes it can be based on just the elements involved. But certainly, it's just logic. At a certain point, when you have athletes that are starting to jump really high, you need a longer pole.
Yeah.
Now, those athletes that do jump higher sometimes don't come in until much later in the program, so they don't have to jump at 5:30 when they're getting ready to jump at, say, 6 meters.
People like Casey Lightfoot.
Yeah, exactly. So here's Hunter Gerritsen with his second attempt, still trying to join Miller and Walsh, and he
I
does.
think we've got a clearance.
And all right.
And the crowd is going wild.
And then there were three. Folks. Hunter Gerritsen clears 5:30, joins Austin Miller and Cole Walsh. And let's take a look back at that jump there from Hunter Gerritsen. Let's see there.
looked very
He wormed around that bar.
Anything to get over it, right?
That was flexibility right there. Just get around it.
As Darrell talked about earlier today when we had the shot put, we're not really awarding any type of extra special points for how cute or how good it looks when you're able to clear something. So as long as you get over that bar, you're all good in our book.
This is Ashton Barkdal still trying and could not do it there. So now we've had all of our second attempts there, though I thought Jacob Wooten still had one more attempt. Jacob Wooten should still have one more attempt here at 5:30 before we get into our third attempts there. You can just see that 1X next to Jacob Wooten. I believe that's Jacob Wooten there. He's getting ready for his second attempt here yes, that is. So that's Wooten there with his second attempt. And then if he makes it, he moves on. If he doesn't, then he joins the Barkdale brothers, Jazam, Daniel, Ludwig, in those third attempts. So this is Wooten's second attempt. And
it didn't
nice.
look the best when he got over, but he got over, and that is all that matters.
His body just kind of turned to the side there, and I just wasn't sure.
Listen, whatever you got to do, right?
Not the typical just up and over there. He kind of, you'll see it turn to the side here as we see in the replay here. Wooten, his body just kind of changed there, and it was almost kind of like the old school high jumpers that used to like kind of, instead of the Fosbury flop there, they used to go around and just wrap their entire bodies, around the front of their bodies around
contort yourself to make it happen.
That looked like an old school high jumper there. So
he said that he was not going to be left out of this competition anytime early. He waited all this time to be able to jump, so you're going to have to see him until the end of this competition.
So we begin our third attempt.
Another one. Let's go. I think we're on a
Bryce
roll
Barkdale.
now.
Bryce Barkdale joins. Now we've got 5 athletes moving on to that 5:45, and let's see if we can get some more.
I think we can
these
feel
third
the
attempts.
tension lifting out of the air now. Thank God.
Let's take another look here at Bryce Barkdale. And he just went after it. Oh, nice job there. He was pretty excited.
I think the crowd is very excited to see people clearing bars now.
Yeah, I mean, that's, let's be honest here. I mean, people don't want to come see people miss. And it's obviously very exciting. And again, because of this specific event, it becomes very, very exciting when these athletes fly up into the air and then happen to actually make it around the bar there.
We've got 4 more guys who've got 1 more attempt at making this height, but we've just had 3 clears in a row. I don't want to see anybody get out this early, so I'm hoping that all 4 of them are able to make a shake on this last attempt.
Let's keep the party going with all of them here. Ludwig with his third and final attempt at 5:30. Let's see if he can make it happen there, just like Barkdale on his third attempt. Crowd is clapping to the music.
Oh, yes!
And that was monster
perfect.
clearance. That would have cleared 5:45.
Absolutely.
That would have cleared 5:45 there. That wasn't even close.
He was clean over the bar, had so much space. Like, you're going to see it on this replay right here. He was so confident going into that bar. He knew he had the opportunity to make it.
He made it look easy.
Probably one of the cleanest jumps we've seen today so far.
Absolutely. And again, it just kind of, again, with the short warm-up that they had once the rain finally did stop. And again, after sitting around for an hour, 2 hours, waiting for the rain to stop, it just may just be a little bit of time for these athletes to kind of get into the groove. And we'll probably see that again as well with the women athletes later on, as we see Al Jazam with his third and final attempt.
And he knows exactly what he needs to fix. He can definitely clear this bar, but like you said, he just got to do it at the right time.
Down the runway.
Oh, let's go!
And he just, I love, as soon as he planted that pole, he just had, you could see him almost kind of reach down and really dig in to push up and out.
Literally a night and day difference between that clearance and the other 2 that he had before.
Just take a look at this as he comes down this runway, and as soon as he plants there, just that power, as soon as he got ready to bend, he just really dug down and to pull up and over that bar, and that was just a beautiful jump.
And you can tell how excited he was because he threw that fist in the air. He's like, thank God I'm on to the next round. Let's keep the party going.
So we got 2 more to join here, the older Barkdale and Keaton Daniel.
I've got faith in both of them. I think they can do this.
I think our vaulters now are starting to warm up here, and this is Keaton Daniel with his 3rd and final attempt. Can he join the crew? It almost looked like his pole.
Close.
It almost looked like his pole hit it more than him.
I know.
So unfortunately, our first athlete out of the competition there, Keaton Daniel.
Yeah.
That was tough to see there, but it was almost like his pole hit the bar more than him. So again, just a recent our graduate of University of Kentucky, finished runner-up at the Tennessee Invitational this past April, and we'll take a look to see kind of, unfortunately, what went wrong here.
He hit
as soon as he was coming around, it looked like he might have hit it with his thigh coming down.
Yeah.
It just that one leg, I think it might have been his left leg there, just kind of kicked out a little bit and hit it with his thigh on his way down. So unfortunately, our first athlete out here, and our final athlete with his 3rd attempt at 5:30, the older Barkdale, Ashton.
And the time that I went to school with Keaton.
Oh, look at the little dog. I miss my Chihuahua. At home.
Keaton is somebody who, obviously he takes the losses very hard, but he knows how to smile and push through and come back and try to win the next time. So even though he's out this competition today, he's going to be just fine for whenever his next competition is. Hopefully USA's.
So this is a family rivalry right here. Bryce, the younger brother, has already cleared 5:30. So there's a little bit extra onus here on Ashton, the older brother, to get over this height to join his brother. Here we go.
He's feeling the music. What did you say? You got to really buy into the vibe.
You got to buy into the vibe here. You know what? You know, it's the music's going, the crowd's kind of going. I mean, you gotta just lean into it and feel it. Look at him. He's feeling it. Popping his head. He's feeling it.
I mean, if this song was playing while I was jumping, I would definitely be buying into the vibe.
Whether I'm jumping, running, throwing, whatever. Okay, here we go.
Oh, yes!
Oh,
cleared
and the
it.
brotherly rival will continue as we go into the next height.
And see, I think that's what I love the most about this. Even though we're talking about 5:30, listen, watch this. Even though everybody's only been clearing 5:30, they're really buying into what's going on right now. So he clears this bar, and he's got so much excitement because the competition literally means that much.
But I did see, though, as soon as he started walking off the mat there, it kind of cut out. He did kind of give this like, oh my God, like, geez, like I really need to get working here if I want to keep continuing in this, in this competition.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
So both Barkdale brothers move on in this competition. We only lost one athlete there, again, Keaton Daniel, at that 5:30 mark. And we will move to our next mark of 5:45. So our officials will make that adjustment to raise those structures there on the side for our next height at 5:45. And again, we will see if Casey Lightfoot, your national record holder, is planning on coming in at that height or not.
He's being a little mysterious right now. He doesn't want to show all his cards.
Yeah. Well, I mean, a guy that's jumped over, over 6 meters there is, has got the right to kind of maybe hold off a little bit and not fool around with some of these lower heights. So
I mean, he is the best American in history.
And that is Casey right there. So it looks like we may be seeing him coming in here. He just passed out of the screen there. So the fact that he's kind of stripped down to his uniform is probably a decent high probability here that we're going to finally get first sight here of your national record holder in the pole vault, Casey Lightfoot.
And how excited are you to see him jump?
I am very excited. I think this individual, this gentleman has just been so dominant over the last few years. Interestingly enough, though, he's the national record holder. He's the 5th highest pole vaulter in world history. He's an NCAA champion when he was at Baylor. He was only 3rd at the indoor championships. He's often struggled at national championships. He's never made an Olympic team.
Yeah.
It's really interesting to think that
our national record holder in the pole vault has never made an Olympic or world championship team. So he struggled sometimes to be. Oh wait, no. So he was fourth at Tokyo. I apologize. He was fourth at Tokyo, but in recent years, he struggled sometimes at the national championships itself. So he has made a team, but he struggled at the national. He hasn't won what I was trying to explain is that he hasn't won a national title.
Oh, that's crazy.
So he hasn't won. He doesn't have a USATF title, but he's got the American record, and he was fourth at the Olympics. I think he was second or third at the trials there for the Tokyo Olympics. So he struggled sometimes at the national championships. Let's hope he doesn't struggle here. Easy
Beautiful.
peasy.
Beautiful.
That was super. That looked very, very comfortable there for Lightfoot.
So beautiful. Absolutely.
Yep. So we'll take another look there at that first attempt from Lightfoot at 5:45. Just looked really smooth, planted well, pushed up there in that next development, and you see him just already pumping there right as he was on his way down.
And his sprinting was impeccable as well, because I can speak to that.
100%.
Being able to be aggressive into the ground, just as you're going to be aggressive, pushing that pole into the ground and getting up over that bar. He looked amazing in that jump.
So we've got now Lightfoot. So everybody in the field other than Daniel is in that 5:45 range. Lightfoot so far the only person to clear that. Cole Walsh will be up next here with his first attempt. He cleared that 5:30 on his first attempt. So we'll see if he can clear 5:45 on his first attempt. Oh, and he does.
Easy.
Very smooth as well.
Cole Walsh said that he is out here to win, and if you want to take him out this competition, you're going to have to make it very difficult for him.
So we'll take another quick look here at Cole Walsh clearing 5:30. Very good there. Now, interesting, I don't know if we'll get a chance to show it up on the screen, but with that clearance now, every person that clears actually goes ahead of Casey Lightfoot. Because of the fact that Lightfoot passed, technically, it doesn't show this here on the screen. These are just misses and what have you, but in the actual rankings, because Cole Walsh cleared 5:30 and 5:45, that actually puts him in first place.
See, that's what I'm talking about.
A few nuances here. Austin Miller, first attempt at 5:45 does not pay
Pole
off.
vault gets very, very interesting, especially, let's say, like, if Cole and Casey passed everything all the way through right, and they get to, let's just say, their final height. Then it comes down to who cleared whatever height first if somebody else ends up missing it. It can get very, very interesting.
Basically what happens is a lot of times you'll see in results, you'll see athletes with the same height finish, but what separates them is the least amount of finishes and the most amount of heights that they have cleared. So, those athletes that go through and clear on the first attempt or worst case second attempt every time have that advantage when it comes down to both vaulters ultimately missing all three at the top height.
It can become a mental game very
so
fast.
it's important to get over in the first attempt or second attempt at worst. If you have a lot of third attempt clearances, that puts you at a disadvantage down the road if you do continue on here. As we see Bryce Barkdale with his first attempt. And it stays up there.
Let's go.
Wow.
This is going to become a nice brotherly rivalry tonight. Bryce is like, look, kid, if you want to be with me, you're going to have to start clearing on first attempts.
Oh,
he looks so aggressive as he went up that runway, and he looked super confident coming around that pole as well.
Had a little bit of a kick out there with his right leg. I was a little worried that was going to go wonky and possibly hit the bar there, but he was able to control it ultimately once he had hit that peak over the bar and get over that. So good for Bryce here as we get some shots here of all the folks out here on Beale Street wandering around. Some of them going, hey, I can't believe this is actually happening. We thought it wasn't going to happen. And a bunch of folks going, what the heck is going on out here? So next jumper up here, Matt Ludwig.
Like you said, really buying into the vibe out here.
Now, it took him 3 attempts to clear 5:30. So we'll see if he struggles at the 5:45. or if that maybe, again, was just a point of him finally getting warmed up and ready to go.
Yeah,
And
putting
can get over
pieces together.
this. Get over this. I mean, he's cleared at 583 for his personal best. So we'll see how he handles this 545. Oh, see, that was the standards. Oh my
Yeah.
God, I finally remember the word, the standards. The standards there. That was the point where the standards there were probably just a little bit too close because he kind of, he needs to probably adjust those a little bit better to make
Yeah.
sure that he comes down over here. So we're going to take another look here at Ludwig, and we'll see how he comes down here and where those standards are.
Because he ended
So
up
again,
kicking
he
the
needs
pole
to
on
bring
way
the standards
down.
a little bit closer to him. So when he's coming down, he's already again past the bar.
Yes.
So he'll probably make that adjustment for his
Because
next
he's got
attempt.
so much clearance above the bar.
Yeah, no, he was well over that. He just needs to set. I'm going to keep saying now standards over and over and over because I'm
You'll
so
never
excited
forget.
that I actually, because it's the same thing in
Best
high
feeling
jump as
you'll
well.
remember.
It's the same thing in high jump. So this is Al Jizam with his first attempt here at 545. Again, we've got three folks over that: Walsh, Lightfoot, and Barkdale. Again, it took him 3 attempts to get over 530. You can see there the XXO. So we'll see if he's warmed up and ready to go. Oh, easy.
Oh, there we go.
Easy.
Bar didn't move at all.
Look at that. Let's go.
No
Let's
wiggles
go.
or anything.
Let's go. Again, I think being out here prior and seeing how short of a warm-up time that these athletes had, I knew it was just going to take a little bit of time for them to get going here as we see Al Jizam come down here, and that was just a lot of strength. He's a big boy. He got over that easily.
And like I mentioned earlier, that's why we say that track is such a mental game. So many things can change and just simply not go your way. Like, nobody purposely wants to not have enough time to warm up, but it's about trusting your training, trusting what you've been able to do this season so far, and just allowing that to carry you through competition.
Well, I guarantee you, I mean, these athletes, other maybe than Bryce Barkdale, who's still a sophomore in college, but I'm sure he's jumped plenty. These are international athletes that have been competing for years. They've run into these types of situations. They know how to make the adjustments. They just have to make them. There's Wooten. Oh, Wooten's first attempt is a no-go here at 545.
And he wasn't centered over the bar when he
Yeah,
attempted to
again,
clear it.
maybe just a little bit of a adjustment on the standards.
You got to put that word on the
my new
shirt. Just
favorite.
put standards.
Maybe I'll make it a Beale Street drinking game here. Every time I say standards, you got to drink.
Oh, Lord. I don't think
no.
anybody would make it back home.
Yeah, no.
But, yeah, that was definitely a messy clearance.
Yeah, I mean, if there's an adjustment to be made, it's going to be very slight there. He just didn't look like he quite had that great of a form going over there, so he probably just needs to make a little bit of adjustment in his power. So we see some folks there up on Alfred's right here next to our pole vault pit area on Beale Street. And then next up here, Garrettson with his first attempt. He cleared 530 on his second. So this is his first attempt at
He's looking for
545.
some claps from
I
the
love the
crowd to get
smile
him
on the
through.
face, man. He's
Yeah, you got to have
he's
fun.
grooving.
Track and field is literally all about fun.
oh. Maybe he needs to get a little bit more into his zone. Who knows? He may have to make that adjustment.
But see, that's the crazy part about this, though, right? You got to figure out where your tightrope is because it's different for everybody.
So we see the replay here of Garrettson. Didn't really look quite like he had enough power there on that first phase, kind of going up towards the bar.
But I don't blame him for smiling before going because when I used to have repeat 400s at Kentucky, I used to try to make myself smile in between reps so I could forget how bad the pain was when it was time for us to run.
So our next attempt up here is Ashton Barkdale. Oh, does not make it there in his first attempt at 545.
We'll go to second attempts next, and we'll see Austin Miller next on our
So we'll see who is up here next. So this is going to be Austin Miller.
We got the reigning U.S. champion Austin Miller preparing to jump. He's on the runway right now.
So some of these athletes now taking a little bit more time just to make sure that they hit this right. Trying to get the crowd going.
Austin Miller seems to be really dialed in for this next attempt.
Austin Miller's second attempt, 5:45. Let's go, folks.
And he's got a little bit of a smile on his face, too. Up he goes, and he clears it
that
nicely.
Smile paid off. Look at the flex.
Oh, yeah. Look at those
at the
big
flex.
guns. There we go.
There we go.
You got to enjoy the victories that you had because, I mean, how it is in sports, you never know when you're going to make it and you never know when your time might be done. So I'm really glad that he cleared this height right here. And like I said, he was able to have a lot of fun with it afterwards.
Nice. I can only imagine that feeling when you realize you've cleared it, and it's just,
You know,
and you just have, it's almost probably slow-mo as you're coming down into the pit. You're just kind of like, I got it, I got it, I got it,
I want to be like Austin Miller one day.
All right, so we now have officially 5 athletes over that 5:45 mark. Walsh, Lightfoot, Bryce Barkdale, Al-Jazim, and Miller. So we've got now second attempts for Gerritsen, Wooten, Barkdale, and Ludwig. And first up here is Matt Ludwig.
Matt said that he's going to need a lot of love from the crowd. So even if you're at home, you can stand up, do whatever you want to, but make sure you're giving Matt some positivity.
Here we go, second attempt, 5:45. Oh. See, that time he hit the bar on the way up.
Yeah.
So again, that's, you know, maybe he over-adjusted from the last time with those standards. He's going to have to make that adjustment. So we'll see here on the replay. He ends up hitting the bar. Instead of on the way down, it's on the way up. Right there.
Yeah.
So he hadn't crested yet before he hit that bar, so needs to make that adjustment a little bit there for that third attempt that he's going to get to try to join the others there for that next height, which has been confirmed at this time. It's going to be 560. Right now we're still, again, at 5 meters 45. That's 17:10 and a half. And we got some athletes that are trying to join. 5 others at the next attempt. 560 will be the next height. 18.4 and a half. That's when we're starting to get to some serious rarefied air once we're starting to get over 18 feet.
I can only imagine the amount of mental activity and energy that it takes to be able to keep yourself in line knowing that you only have one more attempt left.
Well, here's Wooten with his second at 5:45. Nope. And again, it looked like he also kind of hit it possibly on the way up, which is just simply an adjustment of those standards, hopefully, because he had a decent amount of height here. At least we'll see in this replay if he did, in fact, have the height right, just not quite the standards there. Now, you know what? I don't really think he had the height either. It just didn't really seem like he had enough strength kind of going into that jump. So it may not be a standards thing. It just may be some other adjustments either on the run-up or the plant.
That's the hardest part about being a jumper, whether it's, you know, high jump, triple, long. pole vault obviously as well. Those adjustments are really crucial because you're basing your adjustments off of what your previous performance was, which
Right.
obviously wasn't that great and you want to do better. So now you have to really take educated guesses about what little tweaks that you can make for what your body currently feels like right now so you can continue to be successful.
Garrettson's dancing on the runway here, getting ready for his second attempt at 5:45.
At least you know whether he misses or if he makes it, he is going to have a blast out here.
Oh. And again, I kind of similar to Wooten there. It may have looked like he didn't have everything set straight, but it may just be a point he just didn't quite get up and over. Let's see here. Yeah, didn't quite.
Yeah.
That was really just more of a height issue right there. Just didn't quite have enough power on his way up. So that's his second attempt. We have one more
Say
second
hello to the
attempt.
cameras, guys.
One more second attempt here for the older Barkdale, Ashton, at 5:45. Can he join his brother?
You can see the grit on his face. He
Oh!
was committed to making that. Oh my
Not
goodness.
today, bro. Not
Dude.
today, bro.
He said,
It's
"You're
not just your
kicking
game.
me out of this."
Yeah, not just you, bro. I'm gonna join you.
I mean, the grit that he had on his face when he came up the runway, it was like you could almost tell that he was going to make it. I mean, when you watch this replay right here, look at his
Oh,
face.
yeah,
It's
yeah,
like,
yeah.
yeah, I'm going to make this. I don't care what has to happen. And whatever he envisioned for himself, he made it come true.
Very clean jump there for Ashton Barkdale to join his brother there in clearing 5:45. So we've got 3 more jumpers left with a third attempt at 5:45. We're going to start off here with Matt Ludwig. So it'll be his third attempt, hoping to continue to stay in this competition. He needs to clear this 5:45 mark though if he wants to keep going on. And you see some of the other vaulters there clapping them on. It's a bit of a family within some of these events, especially pole vault.
Absolutely. Oh.
Just fell short there of the bar,
Yeah.
so he's out, waves to the crowd, wants to
Yeah.
thank them for the support.
I know that's tough, but
So one more athlete now. Ludwig joins Keaton Daniel as bowing out of the competition at the 5:45 mark. Daniel having gone out in the 5:30 mark. So we've got 2 more athletes, Hunter Garrettson and Jacob Wooten, again with third attempts to try to clear this mark at 5:45.
But he still got a smile
Look
on
at
his
that.
face.
Love it.
I mean,
love it.
I love it when
Look
meets
at
are
that,
like
clapping
this
for him. He's
because
like, hey, thank you,
yeah.
thank you. I love it.
I love meets like this because it's kind of hard to be down on yourself when everyone else is having a blast. It's
I
like
know, everybody's
you can kind of
drinking on
put
the
off being
sides and
sad
having fun
and
and
being
yeah.
disappointed until later because you're like, you know what? I'm going to live in the moment right now, and I'm going to have a blast with my competition and with my fans.
Here goes Wooten. Oh. So because of the fact that he did not plant and leave the ground, he's able to actually go back.
Oh, okay, okay.
However, I'm not quite sure here, but often you have a certain amount of time that you have to get going and jump.
Maybe
So
about 60
it
seconds
doesn't-
or 90?
Yeah, it's something. It varies, and it also changes as you go through the competition. When it starts
Okay.
to get down further and further, you get more and more time. That happens in the high jump, happens
Yeah.
in a lot of the throw events as well, long jump, triple jump. So a lot of times they're given a certain amount of time. If he doesn't follow through in clearing, leaving the ground, he will actually be able to go back, but he's still within that same original time frame. It's not like it resets here. And we'll see if Wooten can clear this. Oh, and he just misses.
Yeah,
Just misses
that's
there
a tough one.
in his third attempt. So one more athlete again,
And he's
out
also
of our
bowing out
competition.
gracefully.
and it's Hunter Garrettson. So we're getting a replay here of Wooten, unfortunately, bowing out of the competition.
We've got one more athlete who will attempt to make this height. Hunter Garrison on the runway right now, attempting his final jump at 5:45.
So Gerritsen, only athlete here left to try to join the 560 crew, the 560 party.
He's got a lot of good vibes out here for him, so let's see what he does. And he
he's
makes
over.
It. Up
Hey.
and over. Let's go.
The party continues for Hunter Gerritsen.
I'm telling
Nice
you, I
one.
can only imagine how much his heart is beating. I'm telling you, clearing on a last attempt, I think, would probably be maybe one of my biggest blessings and worst nightmares.
So we've got 7 athletes now. We only eliminated 3 of the athletes in the competition. So 7 athletes will be moving on here to 560 meters, 18.4.5. And first up will be Cole Walsh. And again, they're going to make that adjustment on the standards there to raise them up and make sure there that it is at that height of 5.60. The next height after that will be 5.72. But first they got to get past 5.60.
I see that we've already got some adjustments on 5.60. It looks like Ashton has decided to pass on 5.60.
Interesting. Considering the fact that it took him 3 attempts to get past 5.30, it took him 2 attempts to get past 5.45. The fact that he's passing on his first attempt at 5.60 is very, very interesting.
I mean,
Maybe and sometimes it's a point of maybe he just feels like he needs a little bit more time.
Yeah.
He needs to make either the mental adjustments, the technical adjustments, needs to talk to his coach a little bit more. Or you know what, maybe he's just playing some games with his baby brother.
and it's a confidence thing sometimes, too. I mean,
You know.
think about it. It's like, listen, if I can sit here and, make my baby brother scared to jump against me, then why wouldn't I?
Why not? Why not? So this is Gerritsen's clearance again here. Nice jump there. That was a
Very
solid
clean,
jump there. I
yeah,
don't know if
for
that would have
sure.
been over 560, but it might have been about a 5.50 there.
But he only needs to clear 560 when it's time for him to clear 560.
Oh, we got Serenity handing out drinks out there in a crowd, hyping things up.
We got to stay true to the Memphis style, don't you think?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. All right. Casey Lightfoot, again, passed at 5:30.
He looks
Easy
the
at clearance
calmest
at
out here.
5:45, and then this is his first attempt at 5:60.
I mean, this dude is completely locked in right now.
So his season best is 591, which is far and above all the rest of the athletes out here. So again, he's already cleared 591 this season.
He's out here on business.
Yeah, that's 19.4 3/4. So this should still be easily within his range.
And then he's even got Austin Miller trying to hype up the crowd for him,
right?
too. Easy,
Oh,
easy money.
Well, probably looked a little bit more challenging than he probably wanted there, but great form around the bar, great flexibility to wrap his body around that bar there and clear 5.60.
I'm excited for him. He's got 1 pass and 2 clearances so far. One of the cleanest records. Cole Walsh, we'll see if he's able to match that up.
We're going to take another look here at Lightfoot's attempt. Just down to business. Very clear. Great form there with his arms around the bar.
I'm telling you, this kid is
Yeah.
on a business trip.
Yep.
I would like it if my business trips were in Memphis, Tennessee.
So next up here will be Cole Walsh, and again, he cleared his first attempt at 5:30, cleared his first attempt at 5:45. You see those O's. So, he's definitely somebody that we still need to keep an eye out here. We'll see if this 5.60 gives him any challenge. Comes down the runway, plants. Hey, equally comfortable there for Cole Walsh.
I think we're going to have a great competition between Cole and KC today.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if the younger Barkdale or Al Jazim, maybe the older Barkdale or Miller. But right now, you got to figure that Walsh and Lightfoot are basically kind of sizing each other up here. It's like, let's go. So we get another look here at Cole Walsh with this smooth clearance here, 560.
And neither one of them looks scared either. I'm telling you, you look at their face right before they're about to come down the runway, and like you said, it seems like they've really found their element out here.
So here goes Austin Miller's first attempt at 560. Nice big smile. Nope, not quite there. Just kind of caught it. Looked like maybe with his foot or his ankle.
Yeah.
So we'll get another look here to see exactly what kind of happened here with Miller. See, heads up, he looks good.
He looked excellent up the runway.
And then as he comes down there, oh, it was just that outside leg. Looked like his left leg, his ankle. He might have hit it on his shin. Just didn't quite get that around and down.
Now for that, is that like a cue that athletes might have to tell themselves about? Is that like,
yeah,
where does that kind of come
I'm sure
from?
His coach or whoever's here advising him, if there is somebody, is probably just letting him know there that you just got to make sure that you're not kicking out as soon as you clear the bar. The tendency is too, because what you want to do is you naturally want to come around and land on your back as soon as you curl around. As we see Bryce Barkdale missing his first attempt there at 560. Yeah, the idea of you're curving around, and then the whole idea is you're almost kind of kicking back because you want to land on your back. You don't want to land on your feet. You don't want to land on your face, sort of like that. So if you're actually starting to kick a little bit too soon there, sometimes if you're doing it too quickly, you can actually end up kicking out at the bar as soon as you come over the other side.
With how much precision and like strength that it takes to genuinely be good at pole vault, it is really no surprise that a bunch of gymnasts either they end up becoming pole vaulters. Like, that pipeline is so real, and I'm like, you know what? It makes a lot of sense. You got a lot of strength, a lot of flexibility, a lot of precision. Whenever you're retiring from that, you might as well come over to track and field and give pole vault a try.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, having the lower body, upper body, flexibility, you have to have that kind of trifecta to actually do well.
And that nutty confidence as well. So
100%. So here we go here with Al Jazam with his first attempt at 560. So for only two athletes, Walsh and Lightfoot, are over. And that is a miss there for our Saudi Arabian national record holder, Al Jazam.
now you can let me know if
What's
I'm
that?
analyzing this correctly.
All right.
But it looks like when he got up, he kind of kicked into the bar before he was able to get over.
We'll take a look here real quick, and I'll give you my
Expert
best.
opinion.
Well, not my best, not expert. And nice slow-mo here. Yeah, I mean, that was, I mean, he hit that bar on the way up and over rather than on the back side. So again, probably more likely a standard, kind of adjustment there. He had plenty of height up over the bar. Just hitting the bar early means he maybe just need to push the standards back a little bit.
I'm learning a little something.
Garrettson.
So now we're going to Garrettson because, like we said earlier, Ashton decided to pass on this height.
Yep. Garrettson with his first attempt doesn't go well there for Hunter Garrettson. We'll get another look here to see, and probably those watching this can maybe have a bit of an idea of kind of what wrong here. He had, I mean, the height was just about there, just hitting it there with his thighs, kind of at the peak, almost on the way up and over. Just needs to get a little bit more power there to clear that. So next up here, got Austin Miller. This is his second attempt at 560. Again, so far we've only got the 2 athletes and then the pass from Ashton Barkdale. Not
Kicking
quite
that
enough
bar.
there. Like, yeah, he almost kind of looked like he knew what it was that went wrong, but
I feel
he'll
like
have to
that's
make
got to
that
be the
adjustment
worst
for that
thing
third
when you're
attempt.
already up in the air and you're like, I
Yeah.
already know how this is about to go.
Yeah.
There's nothing I can do
Yeah.
about that right now.
He's getting a look at it, and we're going to get another look at it here. Might be a little late there on the kick out on that phase on the way up. But he kind of just like, what? So you see there, Miller with the second failed attempt. That was Barkdale. Bryce with the miss, his second miss.
I think the competition might start dwindling.
This is starting to thin out here because at this point it's not going to be an excuse of warming up and getting warmed up and warming into the program. This is just a point of the cream is rising to the top here.
Yeah.
And that just not enough strength there in that first phase to get up and over the bar there for Bryce. So we got folks getting hyped up out here on the side. So Al Jazam will have his second attempt at 560, trying to join those 2 others at 572. Ashton Barkdale is technically at 572. But so really we've got 3 athletes already kind of moving on here. We have some of our public safety here, National Guard folks out here. It is Beale Street on Saturday night. You just want to keep things secure and calm and everything like that. I was speaking to some
Nothing
of the...
to see here, officer.
I was talking to a couple of the National Guard officers before, and great folks out there. Just they're enjoying themselves as well and just keeping everybody safe here and making sure everybody has a good time in the right way here.
This is almost the perfect song to be playing right now. Can't hold us. The ceiling cannot hold these athletes as they fly into the air.
Al-Jazam there missing on his second attempt.
The ceiling still can't hold him, though, guys. Just because he missed the bar, that doesn't mean anything.
That doesn't mean nothing. That doesn't mean nothing. So here he goes here again on his second attempt. Kind of throws his arms out in the air. Kind of like, no, that's not the way to do it.
Hunter is now on the runway for his second attempt at 560. He is bringing all that energy. Austin, again, being everyone's biggest hype man. You've absolutely got to love it. Like you said, there's such a family camaraderie between these athletes, and I couldn't imagine anybody else I would want to have a competition with.
Nope.
That is a
Not
hard
gonna make
miss
it there
from Hunter Garrettson.
So now we're going to head into those third attempts here to see if anybody can join those 3 athletes.
We've got Bryce Birkdahl, Hussein Al-Jazam, Austin Miller, and Hunter Garrettson, who have just one more attempt at 560.
So it looks like first up here with his third attempt, Hunter Garrettson. Oh, no, this is going to be Austin Miller. So Austin Miller will be the first to make that third attempt at that 560 height to see if he can join Walsh, Lightfoot, and Ashton Barkdale.
With as much good energy that he's been putting out today, I'm really hoping that he can pull through
He
and clear
deserves
560.
it. He deserves it.
For
Come
sure.
on.
And he's obviously a really awesome athlete, too.
Oh!
Yeah! I'm telling you, it
Nice.
pays to
Come
be a
on,
good
bring
person,
it.
guys.
Bring
it
it.
pays to be a good
Bring
person.
it. Bring it. He wants him to bring it.
I'm telling you.
Good for him.
It's all about waiting your turn, you know what I mean? Maybe it won't happen for you right this second. But if you keep putting out positive energy, guys, your time will come.
Look at that. Look how happy he is there.
That's such a strong handshake that he's giving out there.
Yeah, right. Gonna take another look here at this clean clearance here.
You can tell he
from
really
Austin
wanted
Miller.
this.
Austin Miller. Woo.
It's a little scary coming down.
Yeah,
but
just really had to make sure that he wrapped his body around that bar.
yeah.
All right, so he joins Cole Walsh, Casey Lightfoot, and again, Ashton Barkdale, who's passed at 560.
Got 3 more people.
3 more. So this is
Bryce
Barkdale, who, if he wants to join his brother at 560, he's got to do it right here. Kansas sophomore.
Oh.
So
we got one
we
brother
lose
out the
Bryce
competition.
Barkdale.
Is this the youngest or the oldest one?
This is the young. This is Bryce is the young one. He's
Okay.
well, he just finished his sophomore year at Kansas. Ashton's the older one there, right? You can see in the screen right there. I think that's.
Maybe it was
No,
somewhat
that
of a
might be
vet
Bryce.
move
That's
to do
Bryce
that,
right
that
there.
pass. That pass.
So we're going to take another look here at Bryce bowing out, unfortunately, in this competition here. Just not quite enough to get up over that bar there.
Yeah.
So he's out. So again, Walsh, Lightfoot, Miller, and Ashton Barkdale are through, but we got 2 more third attempts at 560. Al-Jazam and Hunter Garrettson.
2 more. I'm hoping some of those good vibes that Austin had can pass on to Hussein and Hunter. Serenity's making sure that the crowd has fun out there.
Yeah. She's talking with the crowd talking back. So here we go. Looks like next up will be Hussein Al-Jazam with his third and final attempt at 560. Hoping to move on in this competition. Not quite getting a shot on him yet. See if he's getting ready to go. But we do know that he is slated to be up next. So again, folks, make sure you stick around. I mean, not only upon the conclusion here of our men's pole vault, but then we have some absolutely spectacular women's pole vaulters.
Oh, yeah.
I'm looking out and we can see them actually warming up here. They're off screen, but they are warming up and getting ready to continue this show here on Beale Street.
I heard we have another legend out here for the women's pole vault.
Oh, yeah, no, the women's pole vault is just absolutely stacked, similar to the men. I mean, wait till you see Sandy Morse. I mean, just 9-time U.S. champion, 2-time world indoor champion, multi-Olympics and world championships and what have you, as we see Al-Jazim also bow out of this men's competition. But yeah, no, we've got some really good women pole vaulters coming up here. We've also got the defending Ed Murphey Classic champion Chloe Timberg up soon as well, as we take another look here. That final and unfortunately failed attempt there from Al-Jazim. And just not enough there to get over as he bows out, missing his third attempt. But Bryn King, Anna Willis, I mean, just some really great pole vaulters that we're going to see after here. So the party will continue on Beale Street. But meanwhile, it's starting to get down to the nitty-gritty here.
Yep, we've
in
got
the men's pole vault.
Hunter is the last one to see if he'll make it through to the next height of 572. He has got one more attempt left at 560. No pressure, Hunter.
Yeah, no pressure. No pressure. Love the backwards hat, by the way. Nice style there.
Definitely.
So Gerritsen, nope. So that's it. He ran through the runway. That's the other thing. If you run through the runway, then it's considered a failed attempt. If you just stop at the box, as long as you don't leave the ground, you can go again. But once you kind of run through that runway, that is considered an attempt and obviously a failed attempt. So unfortunately lose Hunter Gerritsen to that 560 mark.
We've only got.
So now we are down very, very quickly down to 3 athletes.
Got 4.
4 athletes. Casey
Ashton.
Lightfoot, Austin Miller, Ashton Burkdahl.
Oh,
so down to
it is
3.
It is
down to 3.
Yep. Okay.
So we just have those 3 athletes there: Lightfoot, Walsh, and Miller, and Burkdahl. Right.
So it is 4.
So it is 4. It is 4.
It's a little wonky on our screens, guys.
Yes,
so.
yeah. But you can see there on the screens there, it is Walsh, Lightfoot, Miller, and then Burkdahl. So I was looking at the 3 green O's, and then I kept forgetting the
I'm telling you,
blue
Ashton
P
is
there
playing
from
the
Burkdahl.
long game.
Yeah. That was an interesting move there from Burkdahl to pass 560. So we'll see how he does in his first attempt at 572. If that was just kind of you know what, I got nothing to lose, I'm just going to go for it, or it's a serious strategy to just say, you know what, I don't want to mess with his height anymore, and I just want to kind of move on and get to the big boy height. So again,
I mean, 572 is no joke. So
no. I mean, we're looking at 18.9 and a quarter is that 5'72" mark. So again, down to 4 athletes there. You can see Lightfoot and the older Ashton Burkdahl on the runway. And again, in the order, it will be Casey Lightfoot up first at 572. And they'll see if he can continue that 100% mark there of clearing every height that he's at least attempted. Cole Walsh has done that as well. So it's a good battle between the 2 of them, but
U.S. record holder. We got Cole Walsh, who was 4th at last year's Ed Murphey Classic. Austin Miller, your reigning U.S. champion.
that's Lightfoot there on the runway, getting ready to just make sure. And I'm looking over my right. We're pretty much like parallel to where the actual pit is, and I'm looking over there, and I almost can't see the bar up top because of the tent that's over us. I have to kind of lean down so I can see and realize that's very high. I mean, there's people that are on the next story up that are below that bar.
I literally have to press my head to the table to be able to see all the way up to where
I think
the bar height
the
is.
place to be is up in that upper patio there.
I know. They've got the
at
perfect
Alfred's,
view.
because that's the money shot. They're jumping basically right into your face. So it looks like we're getting ready here. We're all ready to go at 5.72 with your national record holder, who has jumped 6.07 meters with his first attempt at 5.72, Casey Lightfoot. Ooh, a little bit of a challenge there for our national record holder.
First miss of the night.
Yeah, that makes things kind of interesting.
I still have faith in him. You know, the records don't have to be perfect all the way through. It makes it easier, you know, if somebody else has a perfect record, like we talked about. You know, Cole Walsh has no misses right now. But we can sit here and rewatch Casey's jump. like we just said, unfortunately, he did end up missing this height, but I do not think that this will hurt his chances too much at being able to win, depending on how the rest of Cole Walsh's series looks for the rest of the night.
Well, yeah, I mean, Lightfoot's going to have to, he's going to have to make some adjustments, whether it's at the standards, whether it's with the pole that he's using, whether it's his run up or what have you. But that wasn't a near miss. That was a clear miss, and so he's going to need to make some somewhat significant adjustments there. You can see Sandy Morris there right in the forefront. Again, we mentioned her. I mean, just an absolute dominant figure in U.S. women's pole vault as the women are getting ready to go as soon as the men are done. And here's Cole Walsh. And this will be very interesting to see how he does here.
If he clears this.
No.
Oh, okay. Him and KC are like on the same wavelength right now. It's a little scary.
So and this is what we're going to be getting into with what we were talking about with Lightfoot kind of passing that 5:30 mark, is that if it does end up just coming down to Walsh and Lightfoot, Miller and Barkdale have a lot of misses in the early heights, and Walsh and Lightfoot don't. But the one thing that Walsh has over Lightfoot is that Lightfoot passed that 5:30 mark. So if both Walsh and Lightfoot and Barkdale and Miller all no height here at 572, it'll be Walsh that'll be taking the victory because he cleared that 530. He's got those 3 clearances when Lightfoot only has 2 because of that pass at 530. So it's going to be interesting as we see Austin Miller, reigning U.S. champion here, getting ready to come down the runway on his first attempt. He just cleared on his 3rd attempt at 560. So this might be a bit of a challenge for him unless he can really get that power and energy. Oh,
I think everybody might be getting a little bit tired here.
yeah,
What do you think?
no, but I was about to say before we just saw Miller do that, I'm like, he's that close. He honestly was a lot close. He was closer to clearing that than Lightfoot was, to be fair. I mean, he just about had that. We'll take another look here at Miller's attempt, his first one at 5.72. It just kind of missed that there. Just came down on the shins on the way down. So you see those first attempts at 5.72 from Lightfoot, Walsh, and Miller are all X'd out here. So now we're up to Ashton Barkdale, and this is going to be interesting to see how he does after having passed at 560. If this is even a close shot for him at 572, because it took him 3 attempts to pass 530 and 2 attempts to pass 545. So to pass on 560 is a bold move for him. And that, just not even close, unfortunately. Immediately talking to his coach there on the side of like, what can we do? Is this right?
Yeah.
Am I using the right pole? Do I need to change the pole? Is it my run-up?
Do you think that it could have been that he might have been sitting around too long because he just did decide to pass the previous height?
Yeah. Could be a few different factors here. So now we're into our second attempts. It'll be Casey Lightfoot up first. So Casey will be on the runway here. We'll get a shot of him any second now. And he'll be coming down.
We'll see what type of adjustments Casey decided to make.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I mean, again, he's a pole vaulter with very good credentials. 572 normally shouldn't challenge him that much.
Yeah.
Maybe the conditions are throwing him off a little bit to a certain extent, or the delay that we had can throw off people differently. But we'll see if he can make those adjustments. Kind of really see him getting the crowd into it probably for the first time. He's seemed pretty serious most of this competition, but he's trying to really get the crowd kind of into it here for his second attempt at 5.72.
Oh, my
To be
goodness.
fair, a better jump
Yeah,
jump from him because
definitely better.
he was definitely up and over that bar. Just didn't quite time it right, didn't quite have the standards right, but he definitely had the height on that as opposed to his first jump that the height just wasn't even close. It wasn't going to matter where everything was. So I'll take another look here and see if I saw that he did have that height, and it looked like he did. Yeah, he was well over that. Just it started to hit on his thighs on his way down, so maybe moving the standards a little bit closer if he can make that same kind of run up.
Mark, I know you said that you're not an expert in the pole vault, but I think you have just enough knowledge to be able to coach somebody on this stuff. I think you could turn me into a pole vaulter.
I don't know about that. I've just been around this. I've been privileged to be around the sport so long that I've hung out with pole vaulters, and I've watched the pole vaulters. I've hung out with shot putters, and I've watched the shot put, and I've hung out with jumpers and sprinters, and I didn't hang out with the distance guys. They didn't like me very much.
But aren't you a distance guy?
I know, but the tattoos and the piercings, I was a little bit of a hothead. They didn't like me.
You were Jakob before Jakob.
The other guys liked me. So that is an unfortunate second miss there from Cole Walsh. So we'll see Austin Miller here. So now second attempt misses there for Walsh and Lightfoot. We'll have a second attempt there for Miller and Barkdale. Get a look here at Walsh. See what we can see. Kind of watching him, it kind of just that push phase where as soon as the bar kind of bends and they really push up, it seemed like he did that a little bit late and didn't really quite get the power to do that quick enough to get up over the bar.
It'll be very interesting to see what Austin and Ashton are able to pull off because, I want to see
bar's
if they
in their
can clear it
court.
on the second attempt.
Every time the guys in front of you miss it, it's an opportunity knowing that they're struggling at that height. If you could just pull something off, you could win the whole competition in one jump.
Take it for sure. The job ain't over till it's over, so never lose hope.
Gonna have to have a good one here, Miller.
Oh, and he does it! What? Come on, Austin.
I think we called that one.
I think
we called that one.
This dude has just officially moved himself into first place. Am I correct?
Yes, he is. He's now in first.
My God.
Reigning U.S. champion.
I told you, it's not over till it's over. Austin Miller was like, listen, my competitors are struggling, but I'm not struggling. So, you know what? We're going to be able to watch him do this again and relive this awesome moment of Austin Miller soaring himself into first place on this jump at 572.
Again, he just the way that he kind of curves over the top of there is very, very unique. It's almost like an old school high jump again. But the reigning Pan American Athletics Championship champion coming in here with a season best of 581 now, puts himself into the driver's seat.
Listen, and I bet Ashton is feeling this, and he's like, listen, I'm trying to get up there with Austin. If I got an opportunity to clear 572 on my second attempt, I'm going to make this a good one.
All right, let's see what Ashton Barkdale can do.
Oh, come on. I'm 2 for 2 right now.
You are 2 for 2.
Let's go. Okay, Ashton. He's feeling it.
Wow.
He is still in the game, and now he's tied for first place as well.
Such a great push-off there.
That's
crazy.
We
see the camera. Hello, everybody. Such a great push-off there that Ashton had in that final phase just before he got ready to go over the bar there. Just a lot of power as he pushed down to really almost get that pop up and over him. We'll get a look at here, and you'll see him plant. It curves, and then that power of that push right there.
Whoosh.
It was that push right there that really propelled him up and over.
That's insane. But what did you just say? You said it can take one jump to shift the entire competition. Cole Walsh and Casey Lightfoot were running this competition like the Navy this entire time. Austin Miller saw an opportunity, he took it, and Ashton built on that momentum, and now both of them are sitting in first place.
Yeah, I mean, it puts a lot of pressure here on our are leaders or early leaders in the competition. Two athletes that looked like they were just kind of dominating this thing from start to finish, and now they're on their third attempt, and they need to get over this.
It's crazy how fast things can shift, but like you said, Casey Lightfoot is extremely decorated, and if there's somebody who can pull themselves out of this hole, it's definitely him.
Here we go. Casey Lightfoot, third attempt at 572, trying to make it into the 582 club.
Yeah! Come on!
He got
Come on!
He got it.
That is our
got
American record holder right here. Casey will be sitting in third place because of how the series played out, but that doesn't matter. The fact that he's still in the competition, he does have more opportunities to get himself into first place and ultimately win this competition if it allows for that.
There's Ed Murphy, president of
Ed's
the Ed
having a
Murphy
great
Classic.
time tonight.
Ed's having a great time. His
Look at
father
this.
this meet is named after his father, and look at this there.
This is the American
That
record
was-
holder
wow.
that we know. I told you if there's
How
somebody
close it was. Sorry, to interrupt, just how
Yeah.
close it was there when his body came around. The fact it was just literally up in his armpit, and he had to curl his arm up and
Literally.
around. That
But-
was very impressive.
But whatever you got to do to get over that bar, and like we talked about, Casey is a vet. He is a record holder. He has got so many accolades under his belt, and he is somebody that I will always fully trust to be able to pull himself out of sticky situations like these.
So here's Cole Walsh with his third and final attempt. Can he keep this a party of four and move on to that 582 19-1 height? It will come down to this jump right here.
He's looking good. Let's see what he does.
Oh! He had that. He had the height, just not quite past the bar there on
Yeah.
the way down. So unfortunately, Cole Walsh, who had three clean first clearances at 530, 545, and 560, bows out of this competition. And then there were three.
We've got a party still.
Ashton
Three is a
Barkdale,
party.
Austin Miller, and Casey Lightfoot now moving on to 582, 1901. And we'll take another look here one more time at Cole Walsh and see. He had great clearance there, just didn't quite get around and behind the bar there. So it just came down on his body. So we're down to three.
We've got Austin and Ashton, almost a tongue twister.
Yes.
Tied for first place. We've got
Don't say
Casey-
Austin Barkdale or Ashton Miller. Don't get that mixed up.
Wait, no, you can't say that to me right now because now
I'm
my
only
brain.
saying that so I don't do it. I'm speaking out loud. I'm using my mantra. Don't do that.
Don't mess up.
Don't mess up.
And then Casey in third place. This is going to be a great competition. I'm super excited.
So again, because of the fact that Ashton Barkdale cleared on his second clearance, Miller cleared on his second clearance, but in the previous heights, I should say, Miller had a first clearance at 530 and a second clearance at 545. But Ashton Barkdale took him three chances to get past 530. That kind of started to put him behind the eight ball there. But then all of a sudden it took Austin Miller three attempts to clear 460. So that puts Barkdale back in the driver's seat in first place over this competition. And because Lightfoot took him three attempts, that now drops him down to third place. So that's kind of a little bit of an explanation of why Barkdale's in first, Austin Miller's in second, and Lightfoot's in third, even though they all three have cleared that height. It does depend on not only how many misses prior, but also how quickly they cleared those heights in the earlier rounds.
We're now moving on to 582 as the next height. That is over
19-1. Over 19 feet.
Crazy.
Ooh. It just seemed like just a little bit ago we were talking about it was getting serious at over 18 feet.
I know.
Now it's getting super serious over 19 feet.
Like, it's crazy thinking about, this the long way. Like, long jumpers jumping 19 feet. But now we're talking about jumping 19 feet into the air. That is a completely different ball game.
Oh, 100%, 100%. So because, well, Lightfoot, again, will lead things off here in the first attempt at 582. And as soon as they have everything set at the pole vault pad,
19 feet 1 inches. That's 5 meters and 82 centimeters. Our first vaulter is going to be our U.S. record holder, Casey Lightfoot.
so Casey Lightfoot will be the first athlete to attempt 582. Again, right back to getting 3 chances.
It's like the closer we get to midnight, Beale Street just continues to light up. I promise you, about 30 minutes ago, this many people were not out here.
Oh, yeah, no, people are piling out from the bars, from restaurants, from dinner, what have you. And they're coming out here. You can see all joining the party here. Some of them probably don't know what's going on. They don't know who's
Yeah.
leading. They don't know what the marks are. They don't know what the heights are. They don't know what the clearances are and why somebody's leading and somebody's not leading.
But that's how you kind of get people into the sports, though.
I tell
Sometimes
you
you
what,
don't need
just
to explain
watch.
all the
Just sit back
nitty-gritty
and watch.
details. Right.
Just sit back and watch, baby. This is going to be a good one.
Just a simple introduction into how cool this stuff can get can be
Oh,
the
yeah.
reason that allows us to, like I said, transcend the sport.
All right, here we go. Casey Lightfoot on point, 582, first attempt, 19-1. All right, getting the crowd going, getting them ready. Focusing on making sure he can go. And getting that focus game on here. This is a serious height here at 582. Oh, not feeling that.
But he ran through, so that will
He
be
ran
a miss,
through.
right?
Yep. So that will count as a miss. Just didn't quite feel that. Not sure why. I don't know if we would know why. Probably only
This is
him
why we
and
need
his
him in the
coach.
booth. Hey,
Yeah.
can you tell us why you didn't take that jump?
Can you come over here in the middle of the competition, Casey, and sit
need
down
you
with
to-
us on the mics and please explain to us thoroughly
We need you to break
what
focus.
happened there? Yeah, you
Give
need a
us
break
a
anyways.
dissertation.
He needs a break. Yeah, give him a break here.
We can have him commentate in the pole vault. I'm sure he knows some things that we don't.
So here's your guy, Miller. Austin Miller with his first attempt at 582.
Austin Miller taking down that runway. What is he going to do?
Nope.
And he misses.
Misses on his first attempt. Again, he gives it just a little bit.
Yeah.
And when he did that last time, that just a little bit, he ended up clearing right
Yep.
after that. So we'll see if he can back that up again.
I think Austin Miller has a lot of faith in himself. He's not letting his misses deter him from what the mission is, and I think he'll be just fine.
We're going to take another look here at Austin Miller's first attempt at 582. And just not quite enough to get up and over that bar.
So that was a height situation.
Yeah, that was a height situation.
that's
and
what I thought.
And again, the adjustments that could be made on that is either maybe swapping out the pole or just realizing that you just have to have a little bit more generated power on the runway. But I looking back at Miller and Barkdale's clearances there at 571, a lot of that really came down to that second phase after the plant, and they start to kind of go up, and that power move of pushing up and out. And both of them had really good phases when they were doing that, and they just need to figure out a way of getting back to that. As we see Ashton Barkdale, your current leader, with his first attempt at 582.
I love how we still got one collegiate athlete still in the game. He's holding it down for the NCAA right now. Oh.
All right, all right. Yeah, kind of shaking his head there. Just kind
Yeah.
of like, yeah, just.
I wish that I could read lips so I could see what he's saying.
Yeah, you kind of want
It's
to
like,
know.
what are you? What are you saying to your coach? What are you saying to yourself? Like, give us the feedback. I want to know what's going on through your head right now.
I've watched so many championships and luckily been a part of so many championships, and you do see like the jumpers. There's so much communication between them and their coaches.
Oh yeah.
During the competition, almost seems like after every jump or every throw, there's some sort of communication. You're always just kind of wondering, like, what is it? What is it? What is it?
Yeah. Always love when I'm going to competitions and I'm seeing jumps coaches talk to their athletes, and they've got these humongous iPads, and they're just like, all right, I'm going to zoom in. Do you see how when you took off here and this, that, and the third? And I'm like, I just feel like I'm watching them watch a movie the entire time.
So we're talking to some of our pole vault athletes out there on
I think we need to get one of the pole vaulters in the booth right now.
Yeah. Maybe we can get one of the guys here to come sit in on during the women's pole vault later on here. But this is Casey Lightfoot's second attempt at 582. All three of our athletes that made 582 have missed so far. So again, another opportunity to see, for someone to basically see their competitors struggling at a height, and if they could just be that one person to pull off that power jump and get up and over.
There are no smiles on Casey's face. He's like, let's go, dude. It's time to lock in. I'm ready to get over this bar.
He wants to see the energy up. They need it. They want
If
it.
he ain't going to be the one smiling, he wants the crowd smiling.
Right. Well, he can smile after he clears it. If
Yeah.
he clears it.
I would smile after I cleared the bar.
Yeah. 19 feet. Come on. All right. Almost there. As soon as you see that pole lift up, he's ready to go. And here we go. Second attempt. Casey Lightfoot, national record holder. No, again with the run through, and very frustrated with that. So that's all in the run up. That's everything. He's just not feeling his run up, and whether it's a point of his steps, whether it's a point of the power that he's generating on the runway there, it could be a couple of combinations of those things. But to see him run through there on both attempts
Seems
means
like
that there's something. There's something that he's just not feeling in that run up that's generating enough power to even bother to try to make the jump.
Yeah.
He doesn't look happy. Let's put it that way.
I mean, I would absolutely be frustrated by it too, especially knowing how good you can be. When you get in moments like these, you know to yourself, you're like, I know this isn't the best version of me. So I can only understand, like the level of frustration that he has right now.
No, he's definitely frustrated with whatever's kind of happening in his initial prep there for those run-ups. Next up will be Austin Miller with his second attempt. So Lightfoot's missed twice, Miller's missed once, and Ashton Barkdale has missed once as well. And you can see the women pole vaulters in the background just having to wait and wait and wait. And, they're just, I mean, both sets of pole vaulters have been delayed, but at least the men got going. The women are just still waiting and waiting and waiting.
You might be going until 2 a.m., guys.
Yeah, this is turning out to be a decent little battle here with these guys, but it could be over very quickly. All it would take would be one jump. Or, again, if all three of these athletes miss, then it just defaults down to our recent Kansas graduate, Ashton Barkdale.
Yep.
So Austin Miller Second attempt, 582, 19 feet 1. Nope.
Ooh, another miss.
Another miss. Just not generating that enough power there.
Just as frustrated as Casey.
Yeah.
But I just love how Austin still always manages to keep a smile on his face. It's like, it's so weird. It's like he wants to be super mad, but there's like something in the back of his mind that's like, nope, we're having a great time. We're in the middle of Memphis. Everybody's having a blast. I'm going to have a blast too.
You can see him conferring there with his, presumably his coach there, looking on the iPad and just kind of
Told you about
going,
the iPads, man.
like, yeah, and then get a little fist bump, like, all right, I got you. Let's
Yeah.
I got you. I understand this is what I have to do,
I think-
and it still has to be done.
Yeah.
But he hopefully he knows what it is that he needs to do.
Having your coach around is super crucial to that confidence as well, because, like we talked about, you're able to see what you're doing on the iPad, but having somebody who's with you day in and day out when you're trying to accomplish this goal tell you, like, listen, there's no reason to fret. There's no reason for you to worry. We know what's wrong. We know how to fix it. We know what we've been doing, so let's go out there and execute it.
100%. So Ashton Barkdale with his second attempt at 582, 19 feet 1 inch.
He's giving some thumbs up.
He's really on the that hand, that other hand, really right at the very end of that pole. So he's going to be really stretching this out to get this over.
Ooh, and it was close too. I think he can do it on his next attempt. I think he
There's-
can fully clear that on his third attempt.
He's gonna have to replicate that, but just about 5% more.
Oh, he can absolutely
I
do
think
it.
I think you're
I
right
think
with
he's locked
that.
in.
I think you're right with that. I mean, that was a very. I mean,
it was
of
beautiful.
all
almost.
three athletes, obviously. I mean, with Lightfoot just rolling through his first two attempts, and so you can see even some of the folks out there may
I
or may not even
know.
know what they're talking about. He's like, oh my gosh, he
Everyone's
was so
buying
close.
into this. I mean, he was literally
Right
so
there,
close.
like.
And like we talked about, I mean,
just
he's-
caught his arm there. That caught the right arm on the way down.
He's tied for first place with Ashton Miller. Casey Lightfoot is in third place. Austin and I already said Ashton Miller. Here we go. This is all your
I
fault for
jinxed you.
bringing
I
it up the
totally
first
jinxed
time.
you. I set you up there.
He's
I
tied for
gaslit
first
you on
with
that one.
Austin Miller, and then Casey Lightfoot is in third place. And both of them also missed their second attempts. But like Mark was saying, the way that Ashton was able to almost clear that bar was miles better than what Austin and Casey were able to put together for their second attempt. So I believe that Ashton has it in him to clear it on his third attempt. But, I mean, who knows? Austin and Casey might be able to pull through for their third attempts as well.
So it comes down to a third attempt here for our three remaining athletes there. Casey Lightfoot, who currently sits in third. Austin Miller, who currently sits in second. And then Ashton Barkdale, who currently sit in first. Now, they're all at the same height. If they all miss, Barkdale will be the champion based on the prior clearances.
He'll be putting
and
on
misses.
for the NCAA out here.
Yeah, so that will be interesting. I mean, as soon as Lightfoot's out, it's all on Miller, because essentially if Lightfoot runs through again or he misses, if Miller can't clear, it doesn't matter what
Yeah.
Barkdale does. If he misses it, he still wins. If he clears it, he obviously wins.
He's in a comfortable position. I cannot lie to you. If I was a collegiate athlete coming off of a long season like this and obviously wanting to come out here and do well, if I was in this position, I would definitely take a lot of pressure off of myself.
So we'll get a shot here any second now on the runway of Casey Lightfoot with his third and final attempt at 582, 19-1. And he'll need to make this.
You've got
Otherwise,
Casey
it'll
on
be
the runway
Austin
right
Miller
now.
with only a shot there to take down Barkdale.
Casey is like, listen, we're going to channel every ounce of positivity right now to get me over this bar. Everyone out here needs to be bought into what Casey Lightfoot could potentially pull off right now.
So again, folks, make sure you stick around regardless of what happens here in the men's pole vault. We do have another competition following this into the wee hours here in Memphis, Tennessee on Beale Street. We will have our women's pole vault competition following very shortly after our men's competition concludes, which can end up, unfortunately, concluding very quickly here if none of these three athletes can get over this barrier of 582.19.1. So third and final attempt, 5.82 meters, 19 feet, 1 inch for your national record holder, Casey Lightfoot.
Oh, Lightfoot is officially out of the game. That has got to hurt.
That's tough. That's tough. Looked like he kind of maybe was shaking his hand there. I don't know if that was a ouch, if he hurt his hand a little bit, or just kind of like going, "Holy geez."
I applaud him for taking the jump, though, especially considering he ran through and wasn't able to get himself up.
Looks like he might have kind of hit his hand there on the way down. So we'll get a look here in Lightfoot's final jump here at 582. Yeah, maybe the way he just kind of landed there.
Yeah.
But, yeah, too bad to see him out of it. So, again, it's just Austin Miller to challenge Barkdale. If Miller misses this, again, it won't matter what, Barkdale does. We'd love to see him clear 582. But there will be no pressure on him necessarily to have to win at least the competition. It'll be just more for pride of clearing that 582. His personal best is 582. So he's trying to tie his personal best.
So this is a great competition for him so far tonight.
No, 100%. I mean, it would be great for him to do, especially under these conditions, which are, not what he's probably mostly used to in a track and field on a track setting in the middle of a track meet. How many times did I say track there? Maybe 3 times?
Every time you say track.
Okay, every time you say I say track, folks, you got to take a drink. Every time I say standards, you got to take a drink.
You haven't said standards in a while,
it doesn't have to be an adult beverage. It could be water. You
water
need to hydrate.
Is extremely important. Please hydrate yourselves.
Hydrate. It's late at night here. You got to hydrate before you go to sleep. Oh, look at that. That is Austin Miller there thanking the crowd.
Oh, yeah.
And Miller with some colorful language there. We apologize for that. But with some very colorful language there to thank the crowd and make sure that they continue to give that type of respect to the women's pole vault, which will happen after this. And maybe that'll
seems to be handing out adult beverages for whoever.
Yeah. So
these track questions out here.
He's kind of hyping himself up as well, possibly for this final attempt.
This is why we need you guys to be in person. I know the stream is great, but next time you guys really got to get out here to Memphis. I mean, the vibes are immaculate. I mean, it feels like a little party out here.
It is. Party on Beale. Party on Beale, folks. Serenity running around, handing out beverages to our fans to help continue the party there. Looks like she's maybe doing some trivia while Austin Miller gets himself calm, cool, and collected and ready to come down the runway. Again, you can see just so many massive people out here coming out to watch this amazing spectacle. And as long as they decide that they want to stick around and keep enjoying the party, we're going to have that women's pole vault here very quickly after the conclusion of our men's pole vault. So we hope you stick around. Certainly it's getting late on the East Coast. It's 1 a.m. on the East Coast. It's just past midnight here. We had suspected to be done with the men's pole vault by now. But it's strung out a little bit. But if you are here on the East Coast and you're still watching, thank you very much. If you're on the West Coast and it's 10 p.m., keep watching the party. It's still early for you.
Yeah. Austin Miller Wanted to really make sure that the crowd was getting hyped for him and Ashton. And now we've got Austin on the line. He is excited. He wants to clear this height. He wants to come home with a victory, guys. I hope you can see it in his face that he's very serious about winning tonight.
He's talking to himself, getting himself hyped up.
Getting in the zone for sure.
Again, the only man left to take down Barkdale. He must clear this height.
Will he do it?
And he's not going
and it's
to.
a miss.
It's
Not
a
able
miss.
to get up.
So
Such
Austin,
a good sport, though.
Yeah, Austin Miller saying goodbye. Whoa.
Please don't hurt yourself, Austin.
Little extra flip there and off
USA's
the
is
back.
in 2 weeks. You still got to go.
Hey, Eddie's got to be there to catch him there. I mean,
you
what
know,
the heck there?
Eddie, this is literally your job. Come on now.
Murphy. Come on, Murphy. Got to be there to collect our athletes. Take good care of them.
Well, it looks like we've got a victor.
So essentially now we have a champion with Barkdale already in the lead. He's got one last attempt. So no matter what he does essentially here, he will be champion of our men's pole vault.
Now, did Ashton win NCAAs
Provided
this
by
year?
Ali. Ashton has had a very illustrious career. He's a reigning U.S. champion.
Okay.
And set his PB last year at winning the USATF champs. And then he came in. He's also the Pan American Athletics champions. Oh, here, Barkdale. Let's not forget Barkdale in his final attempt.
Will he clear his PB? Oh,
Nope.
my God.
But, ladies and gentlemen, still your champion here in our men's pole vault presented by Ally. Ashton Barkdale, recent graduate there of Kansas. He is the 2026 reigning NCAA indoor national champion in the pole vault.
So he did walk home with a NCAA championship gold medal this year. And now he's the Ed Murphy Classic winner. Another
Now
one
he's
under
the
his
Ed Murphy
belt.
Classic. So this will be the winning jump here for Barkdale. And while Barkdale and Miller and Lightfoot all made this is Barkdale's winning jump that propelled him into first place with that jump. And here's another look there at Casey Lightfoot. But that is going to be your champion there, USA's Ashton Barkdale, with clearing 572, 18, 9 and a quarter. And you see all the pole vaulters there just conferring with each other, conferring with the officials, conferring with their coaches. But congratulations there to Ashton Barkdale, your champion here in our Ed Murphy Classic Beale Street Meet pole vault champion. And again, we've got just a whole other slew. As long as they let us stay out here on Beale Street this late.
We'll be out here till 5 a.m. if they
We're
want us
gonna
to
have
be.
we're gonna have a pro women's pole vault also presented by Ally, featuring some absolutely amazing female athletes out here. We'll be introducing those athletes in full, but the likes of Bryn King, Chloe Timberg, Anna Willis, Jessica Mercier, Annika Newell, Mason Minershagen, Madison Snowdy, Gabrielle Hoke, and Kyla Davis. But all eyes will be on Sandy Morris from the USA. Comes in with a personal best of 5 meters even, 16.4 and 3/4. Her season best is 485, which is far and above the rest of our athletes that are in here. She was second at the 2016 Rio Olympics and was second at the 2017, 2019, 2022, and 2025 World Championships. She's a 2-time world indoor champion from 2018 and 2022 and a 9-time U.S. champion. So this gal's got some stats.
I know.
She's statted up.
I think Sandy has been killing the game as long as I've been running track. And, you know, like I said, I was never a pole vaulter, and I will probably never be a pole vaulter, but I think she was one of the first people that made me interested in at least watching the event and experiencing and, like I said, just taking it seriously as a fan because of how amazing she was, and still is.
Well, yeah, I mean, even if you've just casually kind of turned on, track and field during the Olympics or during the World Championships on any of the television or streaming coverages, and you happen to be, watching it during track and field, and you happen to be watching during pole vault, you will recognize this young lady, and as a dominant force in this event and in the sport of track and field, and people will say to themselves, "Oh, wait a minute! I remember I tuned in for that one, time, and the pole vault was on, and oh yeah, I remember her."
We'll definitely be able to recognize her today. She has got on a nice glittery headband, so she will be hard to miss as she runs up that runway.
So, again, not only are we out here at the Beale Street meet, but this is part of the whole weekend here that the Eddie Murphey Classic, which was our track meet last night and then our street meet here today. And more importantly, this is the 10-year anniversary. That's quite a milestone here for this meet. It started off with basically just a mile run and a 1,500-meter run on the track, and has turned into a full-blown international meet here. And so let's take a look back here at Eddie Murphy at the press conference leading into this weekend's meet.
Years ago, we had a vision. We've had a decade to celebrate, and Pops' favorite number. My dad loved the number 10. Always did. His phone number was actually 270-1010. And I'm not making that up. I don't think it's any accident that we're here standing today in year 10 of the Ed Murphy Classic, competing on the 10th and 11th of July, right here in Memphis. Something that is meant to be. I know we'd be proud of what's in front of us for this weekend. Welcome to Memphis. It's truly my honor to have you all here. Absolutely. This weekend, we're going to put on some of the best track and field talent in the world in a spotlight in front of our great city. These are world-class athletes who dedicate their lives to their craft, and Memphis gets to be their stage. Absolutely. That's what this weekend is all about. I don't fully understand why track and field around the United States has a hard time getting its due, but the rest of the world has certainly figured it out. And every year we dig a little deeper, and every year our meet gets a little better. To our sponsors, thank you. Our athletes, pro and local, need us to keep building this. And Max, that vision is coming together, pal. Absolutely. As we work to position Memphis as a part of the welcoming committee for the 2028 Olympic Games in LA, we want the world to know that Memphis is open for business. We want to host countries training on American soil. We want our meet to be where these athletes compete at the highest level on their way to making your dreams a reality. That's where the rubber meets the road. It takes a village, and I'd ask for your support. Like-minded people and companies who want to see what we're building here and be a part of it, right here in this great city. Thank you all for your time. I'm so fired up for the next couple of days. Let's go compete, grit and grind style. How about that? 10 years strong.
Speech there from Ed Murphy, the president of the Ed Murphy Classic, the meet named after his father. It turns out that there's going to be a jump off here between Barkdale and Miller. And we just caught the glimpse there of that first attempt from Miller, which was a miss. So next up will be Barkdale. But we are going to have basically a jump off here. Not quite sure what the height is. I don't know if it's the same height of 582. So we're gonna get a full look now at Miller's first attempt here in the jump off and see how close he was. In fact, not too far off there. He hit it on the way up. And then next up here will be Barkdale. So they are jumping at 582, so they're just continuing 582. I don't know if they're just going to keep going until one of them clears it, but that will extend the evening, ladies and gentlemen,
We'll
a lot longer.
Going and going and going.
We'll just keep going.
Me and Mark are going to be here the whole time.
Just keep jumping. Just keep jumping. Just keep jumping.
I'm sure that's something that the women definitely want to hear right now.
Yeah. Nope. Whoa, little acrobatic down on here. So
come on, guys, let's break this tie.
I think it looks like they're going to call it as a draw for our World Cup soccer fans out there that just got done watching Argentina beat Switzerland. They're now facing England in the semifinals.
Yep.
Sorry, I had to get my World Cup talk in there, but in the sense of for our Americans and for a lot of sports there, we are going to call it, apparently we're going to call it a tie. And so congratulations now both to Ashton Barkdale and Austin Miller. As you see our women pole vaulters doing some run-ups there, getting ready so they can put on a show and probably be out here for another couple of hours.
Yeah. I mean, my flight's not until 6 p.m., so.
Yeah, I've got 11:30. I'll make it. I'll sleep. I'll sleep when I get home.
Austin is keeping the crowd hype for us because I'm sure by the time 2:30 hits and we're still here, people are going to be a little bit sleepy.
So, again, we've been talking this whole time. We've been seeing Ed Murphey Jr. there on the screen, and we've been talking about his father, Ed Murphey, for which this classic meet was named after. And we're going to just take a little bit of deeper dive here on the Ed Murphey Classic and the man this meet was named after. Ed Murphey Classic is named for Ed Murphey, the University of Tennessee distance great between 1954 and 1957, which included 3 SEC track and 1 SEC cross-country titles. Beginning in 1965, Ed Murphey began returning to Knoxville annually to present the Ed Murphey Award for UT's most outstanding men's track and field performer. Notable winners throughout the years included Willie Gault, Aries Merritt, and Justin Gatlin. And because of his outstanding contribution to the sport of the year, Murphey was eventually inducted into the Tennessee Sports Hall of Fame in 2005. The first meet in his honor started off with just a men's mile and women's 1,500 meter back in 2017. Since then, it's been expanded to a two-day competition that attracts some of the world's best sprinters, jumpers, hurdlers, vaulters, and throwers from around the world. Olympians, world champions, and national record holders have all come to the home of the Blues on the mighty Mississippi over the past 10 years to put on a show for Memphis and for the world, all because of this amazing hospitality of Memphis being second to none. So a little bit of a background there on the man, the myth, the legend there, Ed Murphey, for which this meet is named after. Just such a great icon, not only at the University of Tennessee, Knoxville, but also here in Memphis and in the state of Tennessee, just giving so much back, so well respected. The fact that this meet is named after him, an award is named after him at an illustrious program like UT, and just everything that he's done for the sport. There's now a running club here that helps support a lot of youth runners, and just so much that his name and his legacy is given back to this community here in Memphis. It's honestly, just saying all that, it just makes my heart warm in knowing that now I'm a part of that environment, part of that legacy, part of that history, and I'm just very humbled and gracious for that.
It's clear that Ed Murphey has a legacy that is going to last a lifetime, a couple of lifetimes. And so like you said, I'm definitely glad to be a part of this as well. I know that the athletes are definitely glad to be a part of this track and field, it's so hard to get opportunities to get really stiff competition to make sure that you're ready for, world championships, Olympics, U.S. championships, whatever championships that you want to be a part of. And then also that money and financial portion as well. So this meet is definitely a really big blessing to anybody who's been able to participate over the years. And, definitely excited to see how it's going to evolve in the future.
Well, I mean, because of the history and the prominence of this meet, I mean, it's often involved in, it was involved in the USA Tour, USATF Tour, which, yesterday decided our men's champion between Jordan Geist and Jamal Britt in the shot put and 110 hurdles, respectively. So it's been put on that circuit. It continues to draw athletes internationally and nationally, national champions again, world champions, Olympians from all around that want to come here and perform in this great atmosphere, whether it's on the track, whether it is here at the Beale Street meet. And again, I mean, this may look like I don't want to downgrade it by saying this looks like a spectacle, but regardless of the fun here, regardless of the energy, regardless of the dancing and everybody just kind of hanging out and drinking and having a good time, this is still a sanctioned event. This is still for points. This is still for standings in the world and national pole vault standings. So this is serious. They come here to actually make sure that they perform and increase their status in this event. This isn't just coming for show. This isn't just coming for a little bit of money on the side and coming to party. They're here also to perform. That was the case last night on the track, and it's definitely the case here today here on Beale Street, or I should say late tonight, early morning here on Beale Street.
Listen, we had 50 grand on the line for, a handful of super elite athletes. Also, like you said, rankings are so important, especially with this year. Typically, when we have a world championship, you have to place top 3 at your country's, national championship, and then that's how you qualify, on top of obviously having the world championship standard. But this year, we have a new rendition of the track and field world championships where we're going to call it World Ultimates, and you have to be top 16 in the world to be able to participate. So it doesn't matter if some of these people come out to, USA's next weekend and make top 3. If your ranking is not in order, you will not be in Budapest later on this year. So like you said, points and rankings are so important right now. So they're not out here, like you said, just to, be giggling the entire time. We're talking about the possibility of, earning another world championship title this year under different standards and different rules.
Well, and that's why, when the weather hit, I mean, trust me, we wanted not only to make sure that the meet continued tonight, even if it is continuing, and turning this from a 2-day event to a 3-day event.
It is officially a 3-day event now.
Officially, folks, I think for the first time probably in the 10-year history of the Ed Murphey Classic, we are now officially for the first time a 3-day meet here. But no, the athletes wanted to get going. I mean, they knew the importance of making sure that they performed here and again, increase their status, increase their point total, and increase their ranking within their event. They needed to do that. They didn't want other athletes that didn't show up here to maybe get advantage of having been able to perform at another meet.
Yeah.
So thankfully we're able to put that together. Thank you, especially a huge shout out to all the folks here on Beale Street, all the businesses, all the local public safety, all the administration folks that are allowing us to continue this party here into the wee hours of Sunday. And so huge shout out to them. I'm sure they probably wanted to make sure that we got things cleaned and cleared and out of here, but they're allowing to make sure that these superstars are able to continue to perform, which for what is still a good amount of people out here for, going on 12:30 in the morning. You can still see there's plenty of folks out here. Luckily, it is a Saturday and not a Sunday night, and people aren't having to get to work tomorrow.
It is
some
a
folks might have to
Saturday
get to work,
in Memphis, so
well,
technically it's Sunday, but it's still Saturday night for those of us who like to be outside.
Yeah. And then thanks to all those spectators who came out, and again, thank you to all you here watching on YouTube, continuing to watch as our women pole vaulters now are just kind of beginning their initial warm-up run-ups there. What you may or may not kind of see in the background there's there's not a bar there. It's basically almost kind of a flexible rope. So that way they're not kind of endangering themselves, I guess, for lack of better words, in these practice warm-ups. They're able just to kind of go through, and if they kind of hit that stretch rope kind of thing, it doesn't affect them really in too much of a way. And then they'll eventually replace that with the bar. And at this point, folks, we are going to take a short break in our program. We hate to tell you to keep sticking around, but please keep sticking around. We're hoping to get the women's pole vault going in about 25 to 30 minutes. So right around 1 a.m. Our time. That's 2 a.m. in the morning Eastern time, 11 p.m. Western time. Folks, please make sure you come back in about 25, 30 minutes for the conclusion of the Beale Street meet with our women's professional pole vault presented by Ally. And welcome back, folks. Our women pole vaulters are all now warmed up, and they are being introduced to the crowd here as we conclude our Beale Street meet here with our women's pole vault presented by Ally. Our athletes are just coming out right now with introductions here.
Is 4 meters 15, 13 feet 7.25 inches. It looks like Anna Willis is going to be the first to attempt.
And so it looks like our first pole vaulter up will be Anna Willis. She's a sophomore at South Dakota, originally from Classical Academy High School in Colorado Springs. Will be our first jumper here. And a couple pieces of news here as we get ready to start the programming is not only do we have our third day, which is now not officially our first third day meeting of the Ed Murphey Classic. Last year, our discus throw had to be moved to Sunday morning after the track meet. So this is not the second time that we've had a 3-day meet as we go into the wee hours here of Sunday morning with our women's pole vault event. But other piece of news is here is a late scratch from Sandy Morris, our reigning U.S. outdoor champion. She was doing some warm-ups here, and it looks like we got word that she may not be jumping out here. And we'll wait to see if she does, in fact, jump here. But as we get started here with Anna Willis, we are very pleased to have here with a little bit more expertise here in our pole vault events here. Caitlin and myself have been getting through here as best we can in some technique and information on how some of these pole vaulters are going. But we are pleased to have now here on the stream here your champion of our men's pole vault, Ashton Burkdahl. Ashton, welcome to the show, and we're so excited to have you here. Congratulations on winning. We had a little bit of a runoff there with Austin, but congratulations on winning, and we're happy to have you here to help add a little bit more expertise here to our pole vault event.
Thank you for having me. I'm super excited. Let's see, who do we have up? I can't really see very well, sorry.
No, that's okay. We've got Anna Willis here who's going to be our first jumper.
Anna Willis, I think she just went. Who do we?
Okay, so next up here, looks like that was, as we kind of get things going, that was Jessica Mercier. So Anna Willis.
Good. That was a good jump.
Yeah, Anna Willis missed her first jump there at 4.15. So the ladies are coming in at 4.15. So that was Jessica Mercier who cleared that 4.15 jump there.
Yeah,
So
Anna told me she hadn't jumped for a little while, but she's a phenomenal jumper, so I wouldn't be surprised if she does something great.
So we thought that we got word that that Sandy Morris was not going to jump, but we're not quite sure. We just still see her in the results as just having passed the first jump along with Bryn King and Chloe Timberg. If Sandy is out, I mean, what would you probably as a pole vaulter explain coming out here, warming up, and maybe just not kind of feeling the elements?
Well, I mean, we got started pretty late because of the weather. So everybody, I mean, I'm sure everyone out here is used to being in bed by now. So she's got a big season ahead of her. I mean, she's a phenomenal, absolutely incredible vaulter. So she doesn't want to take any chances of injury, especially someone with her status. I mean, she's got such a high reputation to uphold. And if she got hurt because of, it's not, the vault is phenomenal, but just, up late, it's not really the risk for her.
Do you see any effect on her standings, point totals, anything that would affect pulling out of this meet? Or is it just, she's so dominant, she's fine, her status in the event is perfectly fine?
I mean, she's absolutely incredible. I don't think this will phase her one bit. She's just doing it out of confidence. This is one of my teammates. Oh.
So Madison Snoddy there missing that jump. So far, the only clearance that we have is Jessica Mercier. And again, some of those athletes have chose to pass this height.
I know they were struggling a little bit out there because there towards the end for us, the wind started picking up in our face, and pole vault, that's not ideal. I mean, it takes someone who's really talented and elite to know how to handle those conditions. So I'm really curious to see how the girls will handle this because I know us as guys, we were struggling too. It wasn't easy. So really impressed with how their warm-ups went.
So as soon as we got near the end of the men's pole vault there, was that a planned runoff, or was that part of the kind of the rules to decide emphatically who was the winner, or was that just a decision between you and Austin to take one more shot at that 5.82?
Well, normally you would keep jumping, and you jump once at 82, and then if you didn't make that, you go down to the next bar, and then you take a shot at that, and then if you both make it, you'd go back up, and you bounce around until there's one person left standing. But both of us, we just wanted one more at 82, and we're tired, and it'd been a long day, so we were happy with how we competed, and we figured it was time to get the girls on the road. That way we didn't take up any more of their time.
Well, yeah, I mean, again, I mean, it has gotten really late out here. I mean, give us a little bit of an idea, especially that really great jump that you had at 572. Just seemed like just so much power that you put into that phase as you were climbing up towards the bar there to clear that height.
Yeah, I knew I needed to do it because I passed 560, so I had no other choice. I just put my head down and listened to my coach and my dad, and I was able to make it happen, thankfully. We were on the right pole, and standards were right.
What was that decision to pass at 560?
I'd struggled at the beginning to get a roll going. I was jumping good, but I was kind of blowing through poles, or then I'd come up short, so I was very inconsistent, so it took way more jumps than I was expecting, and too fast as well, so I needed time to kind of reset, breathe, relax, and settle in and do what I knew I was capable of.
Yeah, we were talking a little bit as best that we could. As
big
we just
jump by Anna right there.
Great jump there on her second attempt at 4.15. So great, congratulations to Anna there.
Sorry, I'm losing my train of thought a little bit, guys. It is like almost 2 a.m. out here, but as we watch this replay, Ashton, tell us something about Anna's jump that you thought went really well.
This time she did a really good job of keeping pressure on the pole. So she was able to roll it in, and she didn't come up short like on the last jump. So really impressed. She got a lot of height. She looks like she's finally settling in, so she's going to do something great. See, Mason, my teammate, she's a phenomenal jumper. First jump was a little iffy, but let's see what she can do here.
Speaking of which, you guys have almost like the entire team out here. Like, does that make you, do you feel like that added onto your
Jayhawks
confidence, like knowing that you have a lot of your teammates, your family, literally just everybody out here?
I mean, we're pole vault U, so, you know.
I mean, absolutely, for sure. It's
awesome that we're all so elite that we could enter into this meet and perform well on top of that. So, no, it's great to have the support system. The families, all the families come, so everybody is supporting each other, and it feels like home anywhere we go.
Can you talk about, I guess, kind of like what the community is like with you guys? Like, how's practice? What's the vibes like? Yeah, like, give us a little insight on how that training group is.
So when we're jumping, it's serious, but it's also fun and games. Like, there's competitions. We call it bar wars, because we always jump bars, never bungees, trying to create like a meet. And yeah, it's always very competitive, but we've got music blasting and just all sorts of stuff like that. It's always a competition wherever we're at, so it makes us ready for these kind of big moments.
So another miss there by Snotty there. So that's 2 attempts there at 4.15. So speaking of competition, obviously between you and your younger brother there, Bryce, I mean, we were thinking maybe that skip at 560 was maybe a little bit of a mind game on your brother there, because he started to do pretty decent there in the later stages of the competition.
No, he was jumping good. It's good. He'd been struggling a little bit lately, so I was really happy to see him start jumping well today. But no, it wasn't any mind games or anything like that. Personally, I felt like I was finally where I needed to be, and a 560 bar is usually pretty easy, so I knew I could just skip that and go to the next one and stay in the competition. I was here to win it. Also, Gabby, she's also somebody we compete with. She's a KU alum. So
Gabby Hoke there.
Is she a part of the training group?
She is a part of the training group.
Nice.
So that was awesome to see her jump that. She's been struggling a little bit recently, like pole vault can, but this was a great jump.
So walk us through this here on Hoke.
She kept pressure on the pole, the top hand, and focused on moving forward instead of swinging back, and she was able to make that bar. Hopefully, I don't know what she'll plan on doing next because she did kind of hit it, so she might go up a pole, but maybe she's just feeling confident the next jump's going to be even better.
Yeah, so talk to us a little bit about what you guys do with pole vaulters in general to be able to build confidence, because you obviously have to be very strong sprinters. Like you said, you have to be confident when you plant the pole into the ground so you're able to get up and obviously get over the bar. Like, there's just so many factors that obviously require a lot of confidence out of you guys. So how do you build it?
Really, it just starts with your coach and your teammates, because, I mean, everybody says that track's an individual sport, but it's not.
We all know it's
your
not.
Your training group is who builds you, and your coach and everything. So really, it's just solid reps day after day after day, and just that's how you build it. Having faith in your teammates and your coach, and trusting that they're setting you up for success.
So we got Mason Meinershagen
Come on,
going
Mason.
for her third attempt here at 415 to hopefully stay in this competition. Again, another one of your teammates.
Come on, Mason. She's a phenomenal jumper. Do it. Yes.
Oh,
there we
my
go.
God, she got
There
it.
we go.
Let's
That bar is
go.
bouncing.
That is awesome. We'll take bar love any day as long as it stays up.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
here's the thing, like, I could only imagine, like, the amount of pressure that a vaulter or any other jumper might feel when it comes to, you know, having to make it on the last jump. Obviously, with this replay here, we can see, like, it took her into her last attempt on this first height to be able to, you know, move on to 435. So
Yeah.
what's something that is usually, like, going on through either your mind, her mind, or just a pole vaulter's mind in general in situations like that?
The biggest thing that you're thinking is just calm down, because your mind's going everywhere. You're stressing, you're freaking out. But if you let it, like, sink in, you're not going to succeed. You need to just relax and know, I get 3 tries. This is just another attempt. I got this. Bummer to see Maddie go out at that.
Yeah, unfortunately, that was, speaking of third attempts there, that was Maddie Snoddy there going out there in that first height of 4.15. We were talking earlier again, I mentioned about the idea, talking about the various poles that you guys use. I mean, when you guys travel, you don't travel with one pole. I mean, you see the cases and cases that have 3, 4, 5 poles in each bag. Talk to us a little bit as we get ready to watch Kylie Davis here with her third attempt at 415. Why all the various poles, and how often do you switch up in the middle of the competition?
So for me, I would say most vaulters are going to jump on either 2 to 3, maybe 4 poles if they're having a phenomenal day at their full run. But we have closer runs, so you need shorter poles. Less, they're not as stiff. Helps you move in. So
we've had some made attempts here. Talk to us about what maybe kind of went wrong here for Davis.
For me, what I see here is it looks like she dove into the plant instead of staying tall and running through it. It's kind of like a long jump takeoff minus you're not trying to take off straight up like you're trying to dunk. You're trying to drive through it. So it looked like she dove down, so her pole sunk, and that makes the pole run away from you, and you can't swing on it. So she did a really good job of attempting it, but
so after that, we've got 4 athletes that cleared that 415, Mercier, Willis, Hoke, and Meinershagen. And then we have 3 athletes, King, Timberg, and if Morris is still in this, those are all passes at 415. And so the next height we are going to go to is 435. So that's 14.3 1/4. What do you prefer? Do you prefer meters or feet? How do you go by?
When it comes to the lower heights for women, I'm not great at the meters.
Yeah.
Once it gets above like 445, I could start telling you what they are. But personally, when it comes to men's vault, I really like meters.
You like the meters,
yeah.
the international version of it. Yeah.
Across the board, it's easier. We've got Austin Miller coming over
here. So it looks
here.
like we're gonna maybe have another guest here. We're gonna, I'm gonna hand things over here. Ashton, thank you so much for joining us. We're gonna bring in Austin Miller over here and chat with him a little bit.
Thank you for having me. This is awesome.
Congratulations again.
Thank you.
All right, cheers, man.
Oh.
So come on in here, Austin. All right, so we are joined now by Austin Miller. Austin, welcome to the show here. We're into the wee hours here of Sunday in our now 3-day competition of the Ed Murphey Classic here, and we're deep into our women's pole vault program. And again, just love to have some more insight from another great pole vaulter here tonight. Another great jump there for Chloe Timberg after passing on that first attempt at 4.15. She clears at 4.35. So tell us a little bit about that competition. You were really hyping the crowd up and getting things really going tonight.
Dude, that's the street vault energy. You know, we rarely get to, well, I shouldn't say rarely. You know, pole vault is unique in that we get a lot of opportunities to compete in these street competitions. And when we're so close to the interacting energy, you can't help but pick it up yourself. You know, these girls here, we got Bryn King getting ready to come down to the bar, and she just
almost
tickles
had that.
it off.
Yeah,
just tickles it off.
right
But
on the
she's
bell.
getting started on her pro career herself, and these opportunities, getting to interact with the crowd, it's just such a different experience. And so it really helps you to, you know, improvise, adapt, overcome when it comes to the different competition styles that we get.
So we're going to take another shot here at King, and walk us through a little bit what you kind of see.
All right, so you kind of saw that she just didn't quite roll that pole in just enough. So we got 435 here, well within Bryn's range. But she's been a little quiet on the circuit this year, so she might, I don't know if she has maybe been working on getting back from a little injury of some sorts. But along with the pros, we also got some great college athletes in here as well. This
Wow,
is
what a
Anna
jump.
Willis from
Anna Willis
South
there.
Dakota.
Sophomore from South Dakota there. So like you mentioned, I mean, some young college athletes also in this competition. We were talking a little bit, we were trying to explain how, like, you have the standards that can kind of be moved forward and backwards.
Yeah.
That kind of help you adjust things for you as you're going after a certain height. Talk to us a little bit about how you make your adjustments with those standards.
Yeah, so you can adjust your standards backwards and forwards depending on how deep you're getting into the pit. And that's just a matter of how well you're rolling poles. You know, sometimes a pole might have a little, there we go. That was a lovely make for Jess Mercer. She's just getting started in her post-collegiate career herself. But you might move up to a pole that has a lot more juice than the one that you were on prior to that. And if that's the case, then you're not going to go as deep into the pit. So you have to, you know, bring them in just a little bit and really try to line that up. And you can be having great jumps, but if your standards aren't in the right place, you're going to be fighting an uphill battle on the day.
I'm so glad that we've got Austin in here because I promise you, as a 400-meter sprinter, I have no clue about anything that you just talked about.
Dude, I love getting on the broadcast. This is actually something that I want to get into when I retire.
I heard you were part of Magic Boost,
I
Austin.
am are you a booster?
I am a booster.
Dude, let's go!
What's up, man? Sorry,
Yeah,
Mark, you're not a part of the
I'm
Cool
not-
Kids
I'm not a
Club.
part
Hey,
of the
look,
pool.
hey, you know, they brought
I
in
just
Serenity
got officially kicked out of the club
You're
here.
all
I feel
good,
so left
man.
out.
Hey, you're all good, but hey, Serenity actually, who's doing the live announcing out there, she's emceeing this. She was a guest speaker that they brought in for our capstone event, and so
Yeah.
it was really cool to see her. And I've run into boosters all over the country. Nia Gibson, who's in the class
Love
with me.
Nia, yes.
Yeah, dude, she and she does great work on flow tracks. She was emceeing at the Lone Star meet. And so I ran into her, and you know, it's cool to see love, to like give love out there to all
We're
the
learning
folks.
from people like you, Mark.
We are learning from people like you, brother.
Well, I don't know about that. I've just been kind of winging it here. So luckily we got experts in, we got boosters in, we got pole vaulters going, we got pole vaulters clearing heights. So far, Timberg, Mercer, and Willis are the only athletes so far to clear 435.
So there with Gabriella Hoke, you saw it really did not look like she got a lot of pop out of that pole.
We'll take a look at it right here and just kind of walk us through this here, Austin.
Yeah. All right, so the run looked pretty clean, but you can see here that the pole was almost fully extended before her hips were even above her shoulders. You want to try and get your hips over your shoulders while you have as much bend in that pole as possible. The longer that your hips are under your shoulders, the more energy you are losing. And so we want to try and, as soon as that toe is off the ground, pull the trigger on that swing and get upside down as fast as you can while maintaining your forward drive in, which is a delicate balance for sure.
Mark, I feel like we got to write down notes as we're listening to him
Yeah,
talk
I know.
right
I need
now.
to have this for the next time I'm doing the pole
I
vault.
know.
I'm channeling it all mentally, and I'm trying to use some of my memory here to make sure that I lock that in. But no, this is
There we go.
there we go.
clearance.
Nice
Let's
clear
go.
jump there.
Well done for the 2024 Olympian, Bryn King. Absolutely tore it up in her college years. She was setting NCAA records left and right. She is coached by former Olympian and former female pole vault great Jen Schur up in New York.
So nice and clean there. Look.
There we go. 435, well within her wheelhouse. I think she has a season's best of 468, I believe, with a PB of 470. So she's getting right back to where she was when she graduated college.
So what is it with all these Kansas pole vaulters? That
The whole
seems to be the
training group is
program.
out here.
Dude, I tell you what, yeah, and Coach Tom Hayes came here with them. And, dude, Tom Hayes, shout out to him. I've never actually met him, but he just pumps out pole vaulters. You know, you could definitely argue that Kansas is one of the most, if not the most, successful pole vault program in the NCAA.
Yeah.
Now,
just
where
year
are
after year.
you training currently?
So I train in High Point, North Carolina. I graduated from High Point
Point.
University.
Makes a lot of
My
sense.
daughter goes to Elon, just down the road there. She's
right down the road.
Yep, yeah, just literally right around the corner.
Whenever we play each other, we call it the Battle of I-85.
Oh, yes, it is.
Yep,
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Driven up and down that freeway many a times going to visit her. So.
Well, and so I train at High Point University. My coach Scott Houston, he actually just took a job at UNC, also right up the road. But I graduated in 2016, and they have been gracious enough to allow me to continue training there because that's not
great.
always common for
it's
universities.
not easy. It's not easy. Like
A lot of universities kind of say once you graduate, kindly move on.
It's time for you to get out of here. No, it's
Yeah,
really
no.
interesting that we're talking about this because, with a lot of athletes being unsponsored, we have an unsponsored athlete on the screen. Obviously right now, like, it's very difficult finding places that, a coach wants to train you, if they have facilities, if they're, coaching out of college or high school, whatever the case is. So it's definitely a very important and crucial part to figuring out, like, how your post-collegiate career is going to go.
Yeah, I mean, because, and the unfortunate part of it is that elites do not make a coach money.
Yeah.
That is not coaching elites is a passion project for a lot of coaches.
Yeah.
And so to be able to find a coach who's going to take it out of their time, take it out of their family time maybe, or the time with whether it's their club or their university, it needs to be able to fit in cohesively.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I trained in the Palo Alto area, and Brooks Johnson, the legendary sprint coach and often distance coach there at Stanford, was coaching me, and I didn't give him a dime. I was training in Boulder, Colorado. Mark Wetmore was the coach there, again,
Yeah.
legendary distance program at CU, and I didn't pay him a dime. He had to take care of 60 other athletes, an entire program of
Yeah.
runners and sprinters and jumpers and throwers as the director of athletics there, and he was gracious enough. And it is rare because you do have some pockets of those sprint groups that are able to train at a college, jump groups that are able to train at college. There's several distance groups that are training at various colleges and
I
able
was out
to
of high
use the
school,
facilities.
so-
Yeah. They're able to, the key is also having the usage of the facilities, and especially with a technical event like this with the pole vault, having usage of facilities is key. I can go and run anywhere. I mean, whether it's at a college campus or downtown or out in the middle of nowhere, but you have to have the facilities.
Yeah, we just saw there Mason Minershagen from Kansas State out at 4:35. That was her third attempt. Didn't quite get anything out of that one. I don't know if maybe she was just having a hard time dialing it in. These girls are jumping at almost 1:30 in the morning.
I know.
I just asked them before I came over here, ladies, when was the last time that you jumped at 1 in the morning? And they're like, no, this is definitely a first. Definitely a first.
It's a first for me commentating at 1:30 in the morning. So, yeah.
I've raced pretty late a couple times in Europe. There's been some meets that have been, pretty late in the morning. I don't know about 1:30, but definitely past midnight. And it wasn't also that, and that was a miss there, a third miss there from Gabby Hoke. So unfortunately, she's out as well. But no, it was not also jumping at these hours. It was the fact that you guys had to sit around for like 2 hours and to wait to even start warming up. So that's got to be tough as well, as we see a replay here. So walk us through this here, Austin.
Yeah, and so she got a lot more. So you can see that she was able to get her hips up, got a little bit more pop out of it, but she almost sacrificed the forward drive to get her hips up. It's, you can look at pole vault as all these different movements happening at different times, but ideally you're looking at it as one motion. You don't let up off of your forward drive just because you start flipping upside down. You're doing the two simultaneously, and there she kind of picked one over the other. And it's a delicate balance. your goal is to always do the best jump possible, but there's a lot that has to line up to allow those movements to occur fluidly.
So it looks like we're now down to 4 athletes that are going to be going after 450 here. So Timberg, Mercier, Willis, and King. All the other athletes are out. Again, Sandy hasn't started jumping, but we got word prior to the ladies starting the program that she was going to be a scratch. It just hasn't been taken out of the results. If you are following us on Athletic Live, she's still in that results as a pass, but the fact that there was not a P underneath the 435 to me tells us that was definitely a scratch for Sandy, and she just decided to make the decision that's best for her. And we were sad to see her not jumping here tonight, but again, as a high-profile athlete like that, not to take away from anything from the other athletes here, you want to make sure that she's looking after herself.
Yeah.
Now, how do you get comfortable with putting yourself first, though? Because I feel like for some of the younger athletes here, they're probably like, well, we got world rankings on the line, we got money on the line, maybe another opportunity to just, be in a competitive environment and practice some other things. But like we said, safety is always the biggest thing that's important. So how do you balance the thing and know when to call it quits for yourself? But also, talk about how she just cleared that bar.
Well,
we'll get back to that.
I'm going to tie the two together here.
Okay, good.
I'm going to tie the two together here. Because all of those things are interconnected. So like Chloe Timberg here, she just graduated last year, and this is her first year out. Has a great support system, but her coach was a post-collegiate vaulter himself. It's someone who's been there. And so we're surrounded by, whether it's with our agents, our coaches, we're surrounded by people that have been there. I'm 32 now. I've been doing it for a hot minute. Ashton, the guy that I shared the podium with, he's 10 years younger than I am. And it's just being willing to have those conversations. And I mean, the pole vault, I know it might be a little bit different in other events, but pole vault there's a pretty open line of communication between us. You get your squares in every event, but to put it nicely, but everybody is typically very happy to talk and to bounce ideas off each other. So, if Ashton has a question or something, he'd be like, hey, how do you handle this? Is this normal for these kinds of meets? How do you guys normally, do we do this? And, it's just yeah. So here we have Bryn King, who's also getting started as well with another, that was much cleaner than her prior jump. This might come down to Chloe Timberg and Bryn King today, but we'll see what Anna Willis can get done, the South Dakota sophomore, coached by 3-time Olympian Derek Miles himself. He was helping me out today. Shout out big old D Miles.
Yeah, Bryn King looked a lot better on that first jump there at 450 than she did on that first jump at 435.
Yeah, well, and so I was talking to both Bryn and Chloe before coming over here, and I was asking them how they felt because, I made the comment about it being 1 a.m., but it doesn't feel like 1 a.m. Dude, for those that can see on the screen, there are people surrounding this vault. The crowd didn't go anywhere.
No, there's just people just coming out of some of the bars and restaurants, and all of a
some
sudden
people are probably
just
waking up from their midday nap. And
Beale
it's
Street
I think
is
it's
open
time
till
for me to go
5.
outside.
Beale Street is open till 5 a.m.
Yep.
And so this could go all night long. It really could. Here we got Jess Mercer. Something didn't quite feel right there. Had to abort mission. But Bryn and Chloe were saying, it doesn't feel like 1 a.m., but the info processing is just a little behind. Just a little behind. So, their energy is up, but the navigating of the box, seeing the box come up, get your hands up in time, that neural connection of everything firing at the same time like it needs to, that's what's kind of off right now. And so we're probably seeing that system getting turned back on and starting to line back up as we're getting to the higher heights.
Talk to us a little bit, just kind of going back to the men's pole vault. We saw Casey do those I think it was at the 582.
Yes.
Run through those first two.
Yeah.
What's going through the mind? I'm sure that's happened to you, or you've done that before. What's going on where you're just running down the runway and you're just not even going to make the attempt?
Well, so here's a little insight to what was going on on the runway at that time. So prior to 582, all the bars leading up to that, we had a nice little tailwind. A nice little tailwind. The runway is fantastic. It's bouncy. It's ready to go. And then right at 582, it turned around 180. And so it started to come into the face. And when you've kind of adapted your run, your pole selection, everything to the tailwind that you had, and all of a sudden it switches to a headwind, well, now it's you're navigating something that you weren't having to navigate. And at 582, we're up at our biggest poles. We're up at higher heights. There's less room for error up there.
Yeah.
And so it might just feel safer in the moment to be like, nah, I'm not going to take this one. You got to pick and choose your battles.
So that was Anna Willis there on her second attempt at 450 with another miss here. So talk us through here.
Here, she just popped out just a little bit. She got her hips up there. You can see the pole kind of swung out on her. That means she wasn't quite aligned behind it, losing a little bit of energy, and not quite able to get her hips up to her hands before that pole kind of ran away. So it dumped her out into the bar here.
So Jessica Mercer with her second attempt here at 450, hoping to join Timberg and King at that next height of 460. And Jessica from the U.S. now coming down. She's got a personal best of 470. So this should be within a range. But wow.
Yeah, two
didn't even run through with the pole there.
Yeah, 2 run-throughs on her last 2 attempts there. So something just not quite feeling right. And again, I don't think we can understate that they're jumping at 1:30 in the morning. And it was, like you brought up earlier, it wasn't just, if you know that you're jumping at 1:30 in the morning, you can prepare for it.
Yeah.
This meet, they were supposed to be jumping 5 hours ago.
Yeah.
And so we were, when we were out here earlier, it was a lot of hurry up and wait. We were out here and we were watching the radar, and they were like, well, we could get you guys going now, but then we might have to stop, and we'd rather not stop.
Yeah.
And, okay, it looks like it's going to clear up. Would you guys be good to start? And we're sitting there not warmed up at all. And they're like, hey, bar up in an hour. And we're like,
okay,
sure.
I
Yeah, we
guess.
can do it. We can do that, I guess.
Talk to us a little bit about you see this often in jumps and throws and the vault and what have you. Right after you finish, you immediately go to the side. You check in with your coach, and they show you an iPad or an iPhone or some video that they took. What's kind of like the general thing that you and your coach are talking about right in that moment?
Yeah, so
I'm sure it varies, but I mean, what's the general kind of sense?
I'll walk you through what I was looking for myself today. I'm looking to see where the timing of my hands. So when the pole impacts the back of the box, where are my hands? Did I get them all the way up? Were they kind of down here a little bit? Were they bent over my head? How was my posture? Was I kind of falling into it? Where were my running mechanics? Were my legs lagging behind me?
You guys are great sprinters. So.
Dude, and trying to balance. You ever done, when you were working out, you ever done med ball runs, like where you have a med ball and
I
you're
hate
canning
it.
out here?
I hate it, yeah.
Or you have a PVC pipe and you're holding it overhead?
I hate the PVC pipe drill.
Well, because it forces you to really tuck those hips, right? And that is so incredibly important in all the jumps, and especially pole vault, because you're having to counterbalance the pole pulling you down. And so we're really working hard on that. But that's what I was looking for today, really checking my posture. I mentioned that I was working with Derek Miles, the South Dakota coach, a great coach and a great athlete in his own right. But we don't work together ever. I have maybe talked to him at a meet one time, in a coach-athlete perspective prior to this. And so in those situations, we got Jess Mercer here for her final attempt. That is a huge clutch attempt for Jess Mercer. 450 to keep her in the fight alongside Chloe Timberg and Bryn King.
Equal to season's best as well.
That's huge, and she's going up to 460.
Right just prior to that, we saw, unfortunately, the young Anna Willis there go out after her third attempt.
Here, and she got her hips up there in a great time and got some great pop.
There, yeah.
Got a great pop off the top of that stick right there.
So
and
Mercer now joins King and Timberg as we get ready to go to 460.
That looks like she can get up to 460 just fine with Chloe Timberg and Bryn King. But to go back to what I was talking about, Derek and I haven't worked in a coach-athlete perspective before, and so the time, in a meet, that's not the time for a new coach to start putting in new things. Like,
Right.
oh,
Right.
it looks like you're doing this. It looks like you're doing that. And if that's something that you haven't ever heard, it's not going to help you.
Right.
Then you're trying to rewrite your entire jump in competition time, and that's not the time to do it. And so, he was just like, what have you been focusing on? What am I looking for today?
Good.
Where's your spot on the runway you want me
Yeah.
to be watching?
Right.
And what are the cues that you've been working on? So really letting me, and that's where myself having been in the sport for as long as I have, you learn how to give the relevant information.
We were talking to Ashton earlier about the various poles that you guys kind of basically travel with, which I can only imagine it's a little bit different than an extra luggage to check in. So
I could tell you stories on stories
so
about
many
that.
different poles that you may possibly go through in one competition, or at least several poles that you may go through. Does that kind of change based on the weather? Does it change on the elements? Does it change on just the higher heights that you're going to, or is it a combination of those?
Yeah, well, so it can all combinations. There are some times where we're jumping in 3 meets in 5 days overseas. Chloe Timberg with her first miss of the day at 460, but that just wasn't quite as in line as her others. You can see her talking to her coach. She's saying that she felt out at her mid, a little out at takeoff, so she didn't quite get up under it. But let's see.
Let's take a look here.
Yeah. Let's see here.
If that's the case.
Yeah, so Chloe, she does such an amazing job normally of really getting her hips up to her hands, and you could see that she was sitting on her shins, or sitting at her shins there. So
they were just like I was talking about. They got the iPad out and they're going through. I mean,
exactly.
Geez, what did they do 40 years ago in the pole vault? I mean,
right.
Just picture and remember what you did wrong, and just don't do that anymore.
Exactly.
I mean.
Exactly. You're just taking someone at their word.
Yeah.
But to go back to your question about the poles. There are times we're jumping in 3 meets in 5 days, and your legs do not have the same juice that they did on that first day. So that's going to determine it. If there's a big headwind on a day, that might keep you down. But that's also where the standards can really come into play.
Yeah, when you start moving those around to help kind of adjust. So you got the different poles, but then you also have the standards. So you've got a couple of different ways of tweaking the system.
Exactly. So we have Bryn King here for her first attempt at 460. Didn't quite line that one up. Something was a little bit off. Let's see if we can get a replay of that and see what we might be able to decipher from her takeoff here. All right, she's coming down. And you could see that at the very last second, she finally got her hands up. So she just was, she was receiving the takeoff, we'll say. She wasn't delivering that takeoff.
Okay, that makes sense.
But going back to it, the standard manipulation can also help to minimize the poles that you really need to use. There are some guys, some gals that will travel with, instead of 8 poles in the bag, they might only bring 5. But if their normal starting pole, they're maybe a little bit tired, or the wind is in their face or something, well, rather than have their standards all the way back, well, they'll pull their standards way forward.
Yeah.
And they'll just jump with their standards close on the day. There's a million different ways you can approach the vault, and that's one thing that makes it really cool and really accessible to athletes of all types, of all body types, of all speeds, of all varieties. So it's there's a bunch of different ways that you can be successful in the pole vault.
So we see Mercier running through on her first attempt there at 460. Yeah, I mean, again, just to kind of wrap up the pole discussion, it's like, how many poles do you typically travel with?
So I travel with 8 in my bag.
8. Okay, so on the average, how many poles do you use?
On average, I have my 1 warm-up pole I use every meet. Then 1, 2 that I'll warm up with from a slightly shorter run. And then 3, 4, 5 to 6 that I will typically use, about 4 more that I'll typically use on top of that. So I get through almost every pole in my bag.
Okay, so that's good. I mean, it's often a lot of times when I travel, I bring, extra shirts and extra shorts, and I don't use them, and I feel really stupid that I packed them. Like, I'm not even going to use them. I can only imagine the level of, if you're not actually using those poles.
Yeah.
That costs a lot of money to travel with poles that you're not using, so you want to use them.
Yeah, well, and that's how I like.
I don't mean to dumb that down, but
no,
it is a big thing.
That's exactly it.
It becomes a financial situation.
Yeah, well, it also depends on how you want to approach your warm-up as a vaulter. This is an individual sport. You can do it however you want. And
So-
that's just how I choose to approach my warm-ups.
Here's Timber.
We got
with
Chloe
her
Timber.
second
Oh,
attempt.
that was good.
Oh, that looked good.
You could tell as soon as she hit
That
that
looked
takeoff.
good.
As soon as she hit that takeoff.
You saw that like right away, didn't you?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That was way different than her first one. We saw
We'll get
after
another
her
chance to
first
look here.
attempt. After her first attempt, she said she was a little further away. So this one, you can see.
She attacked that. That's what I saw.
Dude, you can see
I
it
could even
too.
tell that. It's like right when she got ready to approach that bell,
Yeah.
like you said, went on the offensive on that.
Exactly.
Rather than receiving it, she went on the offense on that.
Exactly.
100%.
Exactly. And so when you're a little bit closer on that, that gives you something where you can really step through that thing.
Yep.
Some people like to be a little further away. They want to really jump up into it. But some people like to really be able to step through it.
Yeah.
And she did a great job of that, set herself up well, and Chloe is looking good and showing us why she was the indoor national champion.
So she'll be moving on to that 4.70 height with two more jumpers, Bryn King and Jessica Mercier. And here's Bryn King with her second attempt here at 4.60. I think she ran through. No, it was Mercier who ran through on that first attempt at 4.60. So we'll just see how Bryn can handle this.
Bryn got stood up pretty hard on her first attempt. Let's see if she can make the necessary corrections. She has a
Looked
chance.
solid. That definitely looked like that's a chance.
Yeah, she has a chance. We saw that she drifted off to the left just a little bit. We're going to get another look here on your replay. But when you drift off to the left, you're losing depth and you're losing height. The middle is your money zone. So you're going to see here, she was able to get her hands up still just in time. She might be just a little bit close. But you can see drifting off to the left. And if you can go right down the middle, you're going to have more height and more depth because you're harnessing more energy out of the pole. When we drift off to the side one way or the other, we are losing energy, and that is not what we want. Energy in, energy out. That's pole vault in a nutshell.
So here's Mercier after setting a season best there of 4.50. This is her second attempt at 4.6.
And I could hear it from here. I don't know if you can hear it on the broadcast, but there was a thud when she hit the back of the box.
I thought I kind of heard it. Again, I don't know if the audience heard that or not, but we'll see it certainly here.
We'll be able to see. And
Was that just not getting this not planting properly?
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. So when you hear that thud, that means that she was really close, and we could see that she kind of got hit at the takeoff.
Okay.
She did not have the space to be able to really deliver a big step through. And she also got caught with her hands late, and that happens when you're too close. So she's probably going to back up a little bit. Her legs might be warming up, and see if she can really pipe up the last and final attempt at 460.
Yeah, so we've got one more attempt there for Bryn King and Jess Mercier. And if they can't clear this height, it'll be Chloe's championship, and it'll just be a point of where she wants to kind of go from there solo. What at that point? I mean, do you just kind of probably follow the program and go on the heights that they've given you that it was going to go up to anyways? Or if you've already won the competition, do you just kind of roll the dice and go, oh, what the heck, I'll go for this, or what the heck, I'll go for that?
Yeah, so we can see if you're following us on Athletic Live, that you can see Chloe Timberg's personal best is 472. So if she clears 460, she's the only one that goes to 460. Rather than go to 470, she might go those 3 extra centimeters to try and get a lifetime PR of 473.
And and really that only comes down to if you're the last. Does that only come down to when you're the last jumper, you get to dictate where it's going to go to?
Yes, sir.
I think that basically kind of happens in the high jump as well.
Yep.
So that's pretty universal when it comes to those jumping, those vertical jump events. So again, taking a little bit of extra time here for Bryn King on this third and final attempt. This is her last shot here to join Chloe Timberg. We'll see if she can do this.
That was a good shot. That was a good shot. She put up a real good shot on her third and final attempt at 460. These ladies putting on a show for Beale Street at 1:40 in the morning.
We're pushing 2 a.m.
Pushing 2 a.m.
Let's take another look here.
All right,
Bryn here, another look here at her third and final attempt. We're going to actually go live here because it looks like Jess is going to go right into this jump here. Third and final attempt. Don't make this. You are handing the title to Timberg. Make it, and you are pushing Timberg to 470.
Jess Mercer with a personal best of 470 as well. This is within her wheelhouse, and she had a great indoor season, a great showing at the Indoor National Championship. Let's see if she can round up another dose of third attempt magic.
Oh. Again, just like King there, just very close. You would think, gosh, if I just had one more shot.
Yeah, these two.
And unlike the shot put that we had earlier where you got to have an extra shot, you're not going to get it. It's 3 and done here.
Dude, I tell you what, there was a part of me that was seconds away from hopping in that shot put competition.
So here's the discussion that we're probably talking about here where Chloe's going to decide where she wants to go here for this next height. And we'll
I'm pulling
wait to
for a
see.
473. I want to see
You got to
Chloe
think
Timberg.
that, take the opportunity here.
Yeah, I think Chloe Timberg has really, really come into her own in this first year out of college. She has done a lot of work to improve herself. She's an excellent pole vaulter. Where she struggled in college a little bit was on her run. Her running mechanics going into takeoff were not great. And she and her coach, Brian Monshine, have worked really hard to get those things in line. And because of it, she is quickly making a name for herself on the international circuit.
So officially now, it looks like she's going to go after 472. Are you not disappointed, but are you a little surprised that she's not going after that personal best of 473?
I'm thinking that the auto qualifier for the USA Championship is 472.
Okay.
I think that might be it.
That might be a smarter decision to do.
I mean, she is going to be comfortably in it anyway. I think that might be what's going on here. I should know. I'm ashamed to say that I don't know the women's world championship standard.
I have no clue. So even the fact that you mentioned that is way more knowledge than me and probably most of the audience that are still up here at 2:45 in the morning on the East Coast.
Yeah.
Much less going on midnight on the West Coast is watching this. So we'll go with that and try to sound like we know what we're talking about here. As Chloe Timberg, already your champion here at the Ed Murphey Classic, Beale Street Meet pole vault event, women's pole vault presented by Ally, as she goes after to equal her personal best of 472. She's going to get a little bit of time there. They've got to make sure that they get the bar all set and everything. And, of course, being the last jumper there, you get a little bit of extra time to make sure that you're ready to go.
So 472, her personal best is 15.5. Just for a little context, I didn't even jump 15.5 in my freshman year of college.
Well, hey, this is, top woman pole vaulter is going to probably beat anything, some young kid's going to do. So,
dude, absolutely.
Let's be honest with it and then some. So
the state of the pole vault has never been better here as we see Chloe Timberg, fresh out of college, her first year as a pro, taking a crack at 472.
Oh.
She's got the height.
Okay, you can see that she does have that.
Yeah.
So what do you think that where does she make the adjustment? I mean, we're gonna get probably another look at this, but where will she make the adjustment here as we do get ready to see the replay?
So 2 jumps ago, she was too far away. The jump before this one, she was dead on, and you could see, we both saw that it was solid right off the takeoff. There you could see she went a little too far in the other direction. She was too close. Got hit at the takeoff, and because she got hit at the takeoff, didn't quite have the momentum to roll through all the way into the pit. She had the height, she just didn't have the depth.
So we're not making any changes to the standard. We're not going to change a pole. What do you think that she needs to do at this point?
If I were coaching Chloe Timberg right now, I would say, hey, we just went up to 472. Whatever the significance of 472 is, you're the only one in. Looked like you got a little excited there.
Yeah.
You put a little bit more gas, which isn't bad.
Okay.
If you can use it, then let's use it. Let's back up, 4, maybe 6 inches and let it rip. Let's harness that energy. But if she felt, oh man, I was really excited and I was too out of control, then okay, hey, simmer down, run to your speed mark if she uses a speed mark, which is like some sort of token that you put on the runway to run to. So you're running the same every time. And let's make sure that we're executing in the right way. But I'm thinking if I was a betting man, I would say they're going to back up 4 inches or so just to find the right spot on the runway. I think everything else is just fine.
Now, I've got to ask you, because we were commenting during the men's pole vault. You were talking earlier about, like, going over center and clean. You have a very unique finish once you're over that bar. All of a sudden, you turn sideways, and you're looking like an old-school high jumper that used to, before the Fosbury flop, or that you curl over. You kind of almost go like parallel, rather than actually a lot of jumpers that kind of go up and over and then flip down. So you're kind of like almost curling over like you're a high jumper.
Yeah.
Has that been something that you've been doing for a while? Or?
Man, I wish I went over nice and clean down the middle, and on my best jumps, I do a little bit.
I mean, it works, but it's a little different from most pole vaulters.
Hey, man, I'm a long, lanky dude. There's a lot of limbs going up and over that bar.
There's a lot that you got to get over.
And at the end of the day, it's not a beauty contest. It's
True.
who jumps the highest.
Yeah.
Now, I will say, a pretty jump is oftentimes an efficient jump.
Right.
And so this season, I'm coming off of a little bit of a back injury. And so I had a really late start getting going. And because of that, pole vault itself as an event is very hard on your back. And so because of that, I haven't had a lot of opportunities to jump and get some good training in. So things are not quite buttoned down. They're not as tight as I would like them to be. But as long as you can haul down there and deliver the energy into the pole, again, it doesn't have to be pretty. The bar just has to stay up.
So our defending champion here at the Ed Murphey Classic, already once again the champion this year with her second attempt at this height is, where are we at again? Remind me, 472. 472, equaling her personal best.
Tying her lifetime PR. Chloe Timberg, let's see if she backed up a little bit or what adjustments she made and if there'll be enough to get her over on this second attempt. That
looked a little bit better. Looked a little bit better than the first one.
That did, and
definitely.
You're starting to see that energy off of that step. And so I like what she did. That's looking pretty solid. Now the discussion might be we might need to pull those standards in a little bit.
Okay.
We might, because that we'll see here on the replay, the energy flowed off that last step through the swing pretty well. And now it's just a matter of, she can get, now Chloe can get her hips up a little bit better. And I'm wondering if how confident she is on this pole. Because when you're really confident on a pole, you throw your life into it. It's a controlled throwing your life into it, but you go all in on it, and you drive through it, you crank on it, you swing around. And when Chloe does that, she gets her hips up on it better than most. And you could see there she kind of stopped at her knees just a little bit. And so I'll be curious to see if this, when I talk to her later on, what adjustments she's making, if she went up to a different pole. But I think she's going to line this next one up. I think.
We'll see here. She's still kind of setting that pole just down there on the tent there. Maybe not quite looking at picking up the other, maybe a different pole there, but we'll see. Looks like she's just still on the runway here, but it's one. Oh, actually, it looked like we just got, possibly she may be passing. I'm seeing a P there on their third attempt at 472.
Wow.
So I don't know. I didn't look over to see if they actually increased the height there, but it looks like, if I can look at the board here, can't quite see from here, but she may be passing on that final attempt, which means she would only just have that one attempt. Would she really be going after 480? Or would she just maybe just try to go after that PR? I guess we will see. But the results on Athletic Live will probably change at some point to let us know.
So we're seeing on the screen here, on your live stream, it did show a pass as well. What I'm guessing
talk us through this.
Going to happen. So she had a lot of height there. And I'm wondering if she is getting to the end of her rope a little bit energetically here. Again, just a reminder, in Memphis, it is getting ready to eclipse 2 a.m. That is not a normal jumping time by any means.
It's been a while since I've even been out this late,
Yeah.
much less like working this late.
It is
so
not a
I can
normal
only
time.
imagine how she's feeling out this late working.
Yeah, I can promise you none of us are going to get a good night's
Oh, wait,
sleep.
so now the P went away.
Oh.
So maybe it will just be one final attempt at 4.72. So it looks like it
Okay.
will be.
Okay.
And
I was
yeah,
about to say,
so-
she must be feeling real froggy.
Yeah, I was gonna say a bold move there. Maybe just wanted to put on a good show for the crowd and just kind of go, what the heck? I'll go for a higher height, and because I'm just not feeling 4.72. But looks like she is gonna take one more attempt at 4.72. Try to get this crowd up and going here for what will be possibly the very final moment of the 2026 Ed Murphy Classic weekend, which is turned from a 2-day to a 3-day event. And hey, let's hope the party keeps going here. Not only for Chloe Timberg, but for this meet.
Beale Street is live, Beale Street is loud, and Chloe Timberg is ready to put up a third and final attempt.
Oh
Huge.
my gosh!
Huge.
Oh my goodness! The crowd just went
Huge.
nuts. The crowd just went wild.
Absolutely huge.
People were literally jumping and running. They couldn't believe what they just saw. Wow, what a way. What a way
That
to
was
guide
awesome.
this final evening
Let's-
and wee mornings here.
Let's take a look. Really clean. And here we can see she pulled the trigger nice and quick.
Oh.
She really committed to that swing.
Wow.
And that's, they asked me up on the runway, what's something about pole vault that people don't know? And the amount of commitment that it takes to really execute a high level jump is so important. There is no second guessing it. You cannot decide halfway through a jump that you're really going to go for it. The moment your toe is off the ground, you have to commit 110% of yourself to that jump to make it the best jump possible. And that is exactly what Chloe did on her third attempt.
So if you were a betting man, if you wanted to get on Polymarket, you wanted to get in Kalshi, you wanted to get on FanDuel, just not that I'm trying to shout out any of those betting sites, but if you were a betting man, what would you bet that she would go for?
Well, now I'm thinking she definitely goes for 480. Because
You figure just go for broke at this point.
Yeah, I think she's going for 480. I believe that is the World Championship auto qualifying mark for the Beijing 2027 World Championship. And for those that are not track nerds back home that don't have any reason to know this, a new rule is going into effect for the 2027 World Championship that the auto qualifying mark has to be obtained at a bronze label meet or higher. For those that don't know, the Ed Murphy Classic is a silver label meet. So if she can knock it out here, she knocks out her auto qualifier.
Checks that off the list.
Checks it off way in advance.
Yeah.
Doesn't need to worry about it.
So it's rather than just getting a PR, personal or a PB, a personal best, or just a comfortable, 4.75 or something like that. You see, definitely it's worth the chance of like, what the heck,
Absolutely.
something can pop off. Maybe the first one doesn't work, and I learned from that. Second one, who knows, and then we'll see what kind of goes.
Absolutely. We've seen on her on the live stream here that Keaton Daniel is helping her out a fair amount. They're clearly dialing some good things in, and Chloe's a good jumper. She's a great jumper, and she's been jumping with some of the best all year long. She's been getting over to the Diamond League. She just put up a great showing at the Prefontaine Classic last week, and so she's feeling it, man. She is healthy. She's ready to go, and she has nothing to lose at this point. She's already won it all. And if she can leave this day and go into the U.S. Championship having knocked out a world qualifier, that takes a huge load off her plate and is a great confidence boost going into the national championship.
So we'll wait to get absolute confirmation on what this height is that she's going to be going after, or we can only assume based on the next increment on the results here on Athletic Live of 480. But we haven't quite got confirmation yet exactly what that height will be And once we know, we will try to let you know. So it looks like on the screen there you can see right now, as far as we know, she is going to go after 480, which would be a huge improvement. I mean, 472 to 480. I mean, that's 15.5.75 to 15.9. So that's 3 1/4 inches, which, you know, is a decent amount there.
I think she's got it. I think she definitely has it. I mean, Chloe is a mini-mite. She's got the poles. She's got the run. And everything is lining up for her. She's having a great year, and there's no reason why she cannot be the star of Beale Street tonight.
Wow, what a way to close out the Ed Murphey Classic here. Then not only tying her personal best in winning the women's pole vault presented by Allie, but also going after, like you said, that all-important standard that if she were to able to get that out of the way would be such a huge. So we will see what she can do here at 4.80. Chloe Timberg, first attempt here on the one-way. Still plenty of crowd out here, and now they're into it. They're invested. After that clearance there at 4.72, they're definitely invested in what she can do next.
DJ's got the tunes. The audience has the energy, and Chloe Timberg is bringing the show. First attempt, 480 for a new lifetime best.
Wow.
She's got it.
I tell you what, I mean, for jumping up 3.5 inches there, it's not far off.
She's got that. We saw a little track to the left. You can see her already reviewing
I was going to say,
jump.
she almost was kind of like, wow. Maybe I was a little bit closer than I thought it was even going to be.
Yeah.
So let's take a replay here and walk us through and see what adjustments Chloe can make.
All right, so it looked like she got hit a little bit. Yep, she was a little tight at takeoff. She got excited for that one. And she has the height a little off to the left. If all she does, we mentioned it right before 460, I believe. Or maybe it was 472.
I think it was right before the 472 there.
Yeah, if all she has to do, if I were coaching her right now, I would just say, that was awesome, back up 4 inches.
Right.
That's all you need to do.
Okay.
It doesn't need to be crazy. She knows she has it. She knows she's up there. All she has to do is find the right spot on the runway, then she's got it.
So Chloe will have 2 more attempts here at this 480. Just to kind of put a little exclamation point here on her victory here at the Ed Murphey Classic as we pass that 2 a.m. here in Memphis.
It is officially
My
2:01.
goodness. I just hope actually I can get to sleep at this point. I'm so tired and so awake at the same time.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting to figure out how I'm going to be able to call this an evening.
Dude, that is the hardest part about competing so late. Is your system is so wired.
You're so wired, but yet you're so tired at the same time.
Yeah, like a lot of people are big fans of a Red Bull. There were guys finishing their Red Bulls at the end of our competition, and I'm like, guys, what are you doing?
Yeah.
And these girls were finishing their Red Bulls right before their competition, which, need I remind you, was 1 a.m.
Yeah.
Finishing a Red Bull at 1 a.m. is absolutely wild work, but when it comes to putting on a show for Memphis, you got to do what you got to do.
I think somebody offered me a coffee at like midnight, and I just kind of went, no, that's ridiculous. I was like, I'm just going to ride it out and hope for the best here. And
I want to know what place is serving coffees at 1 a.m. or at 12 a.m.
Yeah, well, I'm sure they would have found something somewhere for me, but luckily, this is one of the few times, luckily I don't have an early morning flight, so I'm looking forward to it. But again, all action here on the runway. Chloe Timberg getting ready for her second jump at a huge personal best of 4.80. And we're trying to get the crowd here, and we hope that you are excited as well here to get hyped up to see if Chloe can achieve this height.
Chloe Timberg, second attempt, 480.
Oh!
right down the middle.
Even just a fraction, a little bit better than that first attempt. So
that was really,
I mean, this
really
is not,
solid.
This is not, this is not completely out of the picture here. She's got to be thinking to herself, this is doable.
It was the exact same thing she was navigating with 472. First attempt at 472, she was too close. Here we go. We're going to take another look here. She had her run. It looked like she had a run right where it needed to be. Maybe a little tight there, but she popped out at the bar because she knew she was too far away from it. So she ran into the exact same thing at 472. First attempt, ran herself under. She was a little excited. Back up the run, harness that extra speed, use it. Second attempt, run was on, standards too far away. Bring those standards in just a little bit, and she is going to line up 480 because she was right down the middle. If those standards were about 5 centimeters closer, maybe 10, she would have had it.
So once again, we are back in that scenario, possibly seeing our last bit of action here at the 2026 Ed Murphy Classic with one final attempt from Chloe Timberg at 480. She cleared 472 there on her final attempt, final and third attempt after missing 2. So can she repeat that here at a much higher height? And she's going to be given plenty of time here. What are you thinking? What are you going through right now? It's just
so right now, if I'm
execute, right?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Right now, if I'm Chloe, I'm just taking time. So she's the only jumper left. So she has 5 minutes, and that's, I don't even think they've started her clock yet. They're doing a good job of making sure that everything is set and ready. They're not rushing the process. And so if I'm her, I'm using every bit of these 5 minutes to really make sure that my system is recharged. A pole vault takes place in about 8 total seconds from the start of your run to when you land on the mat.
Like riding a bull.
Exactly. And she's already standing on the runway. If I were her, I would really be using a little bit more. But hey, she's a mini-mite. She's young. Maybe those batteries are recharged already. And I hope that I eat my words. We'll see if she can line up a third and final attempt at 480. This will be 15 feet 9 inches.
Here we go, folks. Once again, one final attempt at a height here for Chloe Timberg. 480, 15 feet 9 inches. Huge personal best if she can clear this. And here we go.
Hey, that's Chloe Timberg, your Beale Street Games Women's Pole Vault Champion. What a heck of a show at 2 in the morning. Shout out Beale Street for continuing to turn out for the vaulters here way into the night.
So they're just getting a chance to interview here Chloe Timberg, your champion, as she gets to close out still with an amazing performance here on Beale Street at the end of the Ed Murphy Classic.
That is something about a street vault. I'm not sure if the live mic there is getting through to our viewers back home, but Chloe Timberg shouting out the energy of Beale Street, getting her through this competition, and it really is contagious, folks. I can tell you, if you ever get the opportunity to come across a street competition, whether it's throwing, whether it's high jumping, or a road mile, or a street vault, the athletes thrive on the energy that you give them. You give them your energy, and they will give you a great show. Yes, Chloe Timberg.
Bottles. Popping bottles, baby. That's what it's all about. Oh, we've been taking a little chug there. Well, hey, like you said, she's got to figure out how to go to sleep somehow after all this.
Honestly, dude. Honestly.
And there's Ed Murphy himself congratulating Chloe on the victory. Our fearless leader here at the Ed Murphy Classic. And a big shout out again to all of our officials who also stayed up here till past 2 a.m. And again, big shout out to the city of Memphis and all the fine public safety officers out here keeping everybody safe and around. And again, thank you to all those involved here with the Ed Murphy Classic throughout this now 3-day weekend, 3-day meet. And again, Austin, thank you so much for joining us. I mean, your insight and Ashton's insight was so valuable, especially in these during the women's pole vault. I wish we could have had some of the women's pole vaulters come in when you guys were jumping. Could have balanced out a little bit. But best of luck to you. Are you done for the season?
No, we have USA's coming up.
USA,
at the
of
end
course,
the month,
USA's. Yep.
And then I'll call it a season after that.
Okay.
I need to get a little bit more work done on my back to really sure this thing up back here. But we're feeling good, feeling confident going into USA's. Hopefully going to try and really defend that title with everything I got.
Well, best of luck out there in Eugene, and you got a little bit of a travel to get out there, but you got some time to get ready. And thank you so much for joining us. They're in New York. Oh, that's right. They're an icon.
Yeah, because
so
the U20 Worlds are going to be.
This
at
is right, because U20 Worlds are going to be out in Eugene. So I remember I got invited down to New York, and I was like, oh, I got invited to Nationals, and I said I can't go all the way out to Eugene, and like, oh, it's in New York. I went, maybe I'll go. Yeah. So maybe I'll see you there, Austin. But again, best of luck there, and thank you so much again for coming on.
We're
board
on
here
camera somewhere. I'm trying to find that camera.
Where's that
Say
camera?
hi to our camera.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for joining us. Thank you. Thank you.
There he is.
Oh, there he is.
There
we
he is.
go. Hey. Thank you, audience. All those troopers that stayed out here late on the show. And again, a big thanks to all those folks that got to now still stay out here for probably about an hour or two and break everything down. I'm thankful that I do not need to be that. So once again, thank you, Austin, for joining us. Thank you, Ashton, as well, if he ever gets a chance to hear this back, for joining us here at the Ed Murphy Classic, especially all your knowledge there at the end of the pole vault.
Hey, I appreciate you guys. I don't know what comes over me when I get a mic in my hands or around my head, but I really enjoy it, and I can't wait to keep contributing back to the sport in this way. I always value every opportunity to share a little bit about the event that has given me so many incredible opportunities and relationships in my life, and just, keep preaching the good word of track and field.
I guess you can call it a magic boost.
Hey!
Are we doing the boost
Shout
thing
out.
on me again?
Shout out,
left
dude.
out again.
We need to bring you on as one of the mentors. That's
Okay,
Hey, honestly,
all right. I can
hey,
be
if
a junior
Chris
booster.
Chavez is listening to this, shout out Chris.
Yeah, a booster junior. Well, so as we get ready here to sign off here, all of our folks here, all of our fearless leaders here at the Ed Murphy Classic up on the pole vault pit. And looks like we're going to take a look back here on this wonderful day, much, much earlier than what it is today. But ladies and gentlemen, we are absolutely thrilled you were able to join us again this evening for the Beale Street Meet. We were all witness to some amazing performances in both the men's shot put and the men's and women's pole vault. It truly has been another great weekend for the Ed Murphy Classic here in Memphis, Tennessee. From the track to the streets, some of the best athletes in the world put on a show of excellence, perhaps showing a glimpse of what is to come when the United States hosts the next Olympic Games in Los Angeles, California in just 2 years. Once again, on behalf of Caitlin Hutchinson, Darrell Hill, the entire production team here, and myself, Mark Davis, we want to thank you again for tuning in, especially this late, and we will see you out on the track. Caitlin, thank you so much for joining me again all this weekend. It's been a pleasure working with you.
And thank you, Mark. I'm hoping that we'll see each other again real soon.
Thank you, folks, again for viewing in here, and enjoy the evening. Hopefully you get some sleep. We're going to go get some sleep, and best of luck to everybody in the rest of the season.
It's fast.
In 1965, Alton Bleakley shook hands on his first Ford in downtown Somerset. 6 decades later, we're still here, family-owned, community-rooted. It's not just the cars that kept us going, it's the people. Faces you know, names you trust. For decades, they've been part of your story, just like you've been part of ours. Celebrate 60 years of commitment, community, and care. Alton Bleakley Ford, still Somerset's own, still all the best.
Here's a twist on your typical banking options. What if instead of choosing between a big bank or a small bank, you had one bank that's the best of both? That's First Horizon. Big bank muscle with small bank hustle. Big bank convenience and small bank connection. When the best of big meets the best of small, you get it all. To help you on the road to your horizon. First Horizon Bank.
At Jim Karras Automotive, we've been in business for over 75 years, and that doesn't happen by accident. We're proud to serve Memphis, not just through the vehicles we sell, but through the community we support.
Through ongoing support of local causes and community initiatives, giving back has always been at the heart of what we do. And if you're in the market for a vehicle, we'd love the opportunity to earn your business.
So let us show you why generations of customers choose Jim Karras Automotive.
Visit us today or shop 24/7 online at jimkarras.com.